Hi guys, this is Dr. Aeronautics. Here we are, about to begin our 1,872 mile island hop in the Pacific, the scariest one of them all, leg 11, Easter Island to Robinson Crusoe. We've been given the final go. I am closing the weather page now. We have broken skies at 10,000 and view at 25,000, which means we are go. This is the only point of light that we're sitting at for the next 1,800 miles, and we'll be traveling across in complete darkness in a completely moonless sky, because why the heck not? I'm devoting this flight to Lorita, the South American parrot. Lorita was one of the members of the Kon-Tiki expedition by Thor Heyerdahl, and unfortunately, she didn't make it. She made it 60 days into the expedition when a sea swell came without warning, swept her from the raft, and she was never seen again. So this flight is devoted to her. So here is our expedition legs. We are now flying from number 10, Easter Island, otherwise known as Isla de la Pascua, and we're flying to number 11, Isla Robinson Crusoe. So we're almost there. Note that this is the longest flight in the books. Our aiming angle is as thin as it can possibly be. It's 5 degrees. We're shooting for one solitary island, and that's it. It's kind of like Easter Island, except there's not a piece of land between us and it. Nothing. We'll be at 30,000 feet. There'll be 13,000-ish feet of water, and once again, we're flying the cruise profile of 5. 5 is, I don't care how long it takes me to get there, just keep the plane flying with the engines turning for as long as I can possibly do it. That's what speed 5 is. The time of flight estimate obviously is way off. We're going to be going for about 7 hours, 15 minutes with a total failure on the jet stream's part, putting us up to 8 hours. And the net leftover range is a little bit better than what I was planning here in the Just Flight model, and you should see that once we get into the. I have some special things that I've never shown before for this flight because of how important it was. Everything that I have planned, my big long checklist that causes me to ramble and calculate fuel consumption this. And wind correction angle that. It was all done for this leg. Here's the navlog, and as you can see, it is quite filled out. We have almost as many rows as we have on here taken up. The entire extended family is here, all the way through TOC 7. Like I said, it doesn't get any more crazy than this. We're following 2 calibrated airspeeds. The first is 155 in the cruise setting 4, and the other is 125 in the cruise setting of 5. We have our true airspeed, which will also change to address the fact that we're going to lower the engine setting once we burn enough fuel to stay aloft in that lower setting. I'm expecting 7 hours and 15 minutes in the flight. We have a pretty good jet stream today, maybe upwards of 80 miles per hour. On the plan, you can see it's actually planned around 70. But since I had planned the flight, I checked again, and we're now looking at 80 miles per hour. So that's good. That's a strengthening. That's going to make us go a little bit faster. So. Hopefully an hour shorter than what would normally take place. We're really getting out of the we're out of the tropics. We're firmly into the subtropics and getting close. We'll be going beyond 30 degrees south, so that area will experience 4 seasons weather because we're that distant. We're that far south of the equator. We can last up to 10 hours, 30 minutes. If we have not successfully made landfall at that point, we will lose the engines. And that is my utmost task on this flight is to prevent that from happening. That is the number one goal that I have today. Note that the destination airport information is straight NA. The Robinson Crusoe Airport is almost as primitive as can be. So naturally, the only thing that we have from here is the airport elevation. And lastly, if you take a look at the rightmost column where it says approach above runway near the upper right, you'll see that the runway at the Robinson Crusoe Airport is only 3,300 feet. This is an eye catcher. To date, the shortest runway that we've landed on is 5,000 feet. The runway we're about to take off on is 10,000 feet. This plane can get into an airport with a runway as short as 2,400 feet. But 3,300, it's like, if you miss the aiming point, we'll go around, immediately go around. And the consequences of not doing said go around are going in the drink after falling off the 400-foot cliff. So it doesn't get any crazier than this. Okay, here's the celestial navigation log. It is filled all the way out to 8.5 hours, just in case. That's not the end of our fuel, although I thought it was. If we had stuck with the, just flight model, we would run out of fuel at 8 hours and 30 minutes into the flight. And you can see we're getting to Robinson Crusoe about 7 hours, 15 minutes into the flight. So that's obviously very concerning, but it's not going to be quite that close. Okay, here is our current fuel burn chart. I actually have a second fuel burn chart that I'm going to be showing you guys in a couple minutes. So taking a look at the chart, you can see that we are getting very close to the top of the fuel bar here. There is basically what I'm looking at is how close the Azure-shaped line is to the turquoise line. The closer that is, the more attention that demands. So obviously we have a line of one engine return, we have a line of safe return, we have a line of no return, and we have points. And we also have a point of one engine to Robinson Crusoe. So we'll be calling off those events as they occur. Okay, so here is our landfall chart. I'm planning estimated time of arrival at 11:16 Zulu, which is actually really close to, actually it is UTC -5. This is the same time zone as New York and Washington, D.C., the east coast of the United States. That's how far east Robinson Crusoe is. It's the easternmost of the Pacific, really. Anyway, so the only thing of note here is we're actually observing a transit ENIF, and it's going down through 0 from east to west, and then dropping off at the north end and going into the western part of the sky, because we're basically observing a transit of ENIF. By the way, we're going to get to it a little bit later, but I confirm this star works for our LOP offset. And the way I know that is because we used ENIF last time once we realized our LOP star was bad. So we should not have the same problem this time. Okay, and unfortunately, due to my complete idiocy on Lake 10, we have another root cause and correction analysis done because we made some extremely major mistakes. The biggest red herring of all is I was heading westbound on an eastbound flight until I hit top of climb, and didn't realize that until I took my first celestial sight. And then at that point I was like, and then nearly exploded at that point. It was bad. So I have traced this down to flight distraction, and I have alleviated it by adding a step to the checklist that tells me to do it. The next thing was the landing gear lever was left down after takeoff, and this actually did cause damage to the aircraft. We lost nose wheel steering after landing here at Easter Island. I have taken a look at that, and I think that's fixed, so we will be able to find out once we start to begin the process of takeoff. But note that the checklist was abandoned due to distraction. And this is bold. The reason this is bold is because you can't really help not following the checklist. This is kind of a situation where it is a complete failure on the pilot's part. So it's literally a stake through my heart that says, you absolutely and utterly failed. Because if I had read my checklists, this wouldn't have happened. And there's not really anything we can do about it other than try to declutter what's going on in the cockpit. So that's something that I'm going to be extremely mindful of when I'm taking off. Like, is my landing gear up? You know, over and over again. Another thing, the LOP was plotted wrong on one of the flights, so I just need to make sure that I set it up for takeoff correctly. I chose the wrong LOP star one time because I forgot how the LOP intercept works. So that is not going to be a problem this time because I used the fixed version for this flight, and we're using the same type of approach that we used for Easter Island. So we're good. So for corrective actions, you can see there, I'm just going to run through them very quickly, but I added the heading check to a climb checklist to make sure that we don't miss it. I made a note in the takeoff checklist to review the entire checklist to make sure that the landing gear does come up. I also added instruction to make the attitude indicator visible. By that I mean shifting the view to the left side so that I can actually see my gauge. I am adding a note to the sighting checklist to confirm that the assumed position is cross-checked on Google Earth. Again, that's following the checklist, just need to do it, and that's to make sure that I choose the right LOP, or I plot it correctly, rather. Choose the proper place to begin it from, top, not base. I also need a way to remind myself to update the Cirrus flag and Sky Kier Cumulus in FS Real WX, and I actually did that. I added that to my pre-flight planning checklist, and it's already been taken care of in the simulation today. So 5 is over and done. It's a non-factor. And lastly, I absolutely demand that the LOP star selection is compared against one that was known good. And the reason we know it's good is because we compared it against EDIF, which itself was the star that we used. Once we realized that there was a problem, and we're doing the exact same type of arrival procedure into Robinson Crusoe. So we should be good. Okay, and here is our very original airport diagram. I had mentioned that Robinson Crusoe is pretty much as primitive as can be, and to prove my point, there was not an airport diagram available, period, that was free. So I had to actually do it for real by getting a picture on Google Earth, writing down the field elevation, the runway numbers, marking where the terminal is, and the runway length. And you can probably see that at the end of the runway, there's a pretty big cliff that leads right into the ocean. So yeah, like I said, don't miss it. Because if you go off the end of the runway, that's the end of it. Okay, so we're now going to be taking a look at some of the original paper planning paperwork that I did for this flight. I mentioned that literally everything was planned around this flight, and I'm going to try to help you guys understand why I was so freaked out about this flight. One note, though, before we do that, is that I will actually be doing this flight in real time tonight, and because we're almost in the Eastern time zone, this means the light situation outside the cockpit is going to be the lighting situation in my room, which means if it's pitch black where I am. If it's dawn where I am. If it's daylight where I am. And I actually blacked out the windows because I can't sleep with light. So if I can't read the gauges, or if I can't read the horizon and see where I'm going because it's a completely clear sky, I can turn all the lights off in my room so that the monitor, my computer monitor, is the sole source of illumination, and my very powerful night vision should be able to kick in. If we'll have to turn off the console light, though, because it's way too bright. Okay, here is a very archaic fuel chart that I made myself about 6 months ago when I was first planning this route. And basically what I did was I read through a World War II navigation manual that was actually given to real Army Air Force pilots. And what I did was I divided the flight up into zones. So this is actually before the talk points era, before they hopped onto the scene. So I just simply divided the flight into 5 equal points, spaced evenly. And what I did is I basically followed the instructions of what the World War II manual said to do for the Easter Island of Robinson Crusoe route, and this is what I ended up with. So you can see I've marked a point of safe return and a point of no return. So if you've been confused on what a line of no return versus a point is, well, there you go. You can actually see those triangles are where the point of no return and safe return actually are. And then the reserve fuel line is the one that, if you look on the y-axis, it's about 500 and, well, it's exactly 580. So if you look at that line, look all the way to the right in zone 5, and then look maybe half a cell below that reserve fuel line, and you'll see 7:30. And that line is marked as the ahead line. So what this basically means is that my planned flight at 7 hours and 30 minutes, which is 15 minutes longer than I am expecting today, is literally 13 gallons from hitting the reserve fuel line. So in other words, just 13 gallons, 20 minutes later, even at the speed profile of 5, we would be burning reserves, and those only last about 40 minutes. So basically what I'm saying is my original thought was that I would arrive at Robinson Crusoe with about 50 minutes of fuel left, and that's assuming the wind didn't quit, and that's also assuming that I flew in a completely straight line, and that's also assuming that I found it right away and didn't circle. So thankfully it's nowhere near that close. But the reason why I was so overbearing with all this planning that I was doing, planning after planning after planning, I think I told you it takes about as long to plan a flight as it does to fly one. Yeah, all the stuff to basically guarantee that I'm not going to run out of fuel on this chart was the reason for that. Now, like I said, it's not actually that close, thank goodness, because it would have been really, really, really stressful if it was. Okay, and then lastly, here's an example of a landfall graph that I also made using the same procedure, just reading through the navigation manual and following exactly what to do for a hypothetical arrival on December 1st. And I think I decided to use the sun or something on on that day. I forget exactly what it was. I think it was the sun. So you can see what I did here is plotted the altitude and elevation a lot more widely across the destination. And then what I did is I said, okay, hypothetically, let's say we're right on time, and we're going to draw a line that starts to come on from 5 hours, 50 minutes, and I start to observe the sun rising, and then boom, at some point, 6 hours, 32 minutes, I declare that we are on the LOP intercept. So then I look up from there and read on the secondary axis to the right that we are to turn onto an intercept angle of 103 degrees true heading. And that's the heading that I follow to get to the base. So it looks a little bit different nowadays, but that's basically how it was done. And just thought it was pretty cool to be able to show you guys that heritage, and also hopefully give you guys a understanding of why I was so freaked out about this adventure across the Pacific. And speaking of coming across the Pacific, we've come a long way since those FSX or its Prepper 3D sim crashes in Australia. We switched to the Milviz version. And I hope as we go into this flight, you'll see the work in the Eastern Hemisphere and Polynesia pay off, and we'll get to see some really mastered simulated celestial navigation. Let's go. Okay, here is our beautiful airplane, which I'm going to ask to pretty much go all the way to the limits of its capability, the P38J Lightning. I know it's hard to see, but, oh, there we go. It's a little bit of light reflecting there. The moon might actually be up. There's a crescent moon. It is going to set, of course, before too long. So, anyway, I'm going to actually do everything on the video today. It's going to be long, I know it, but this is the big shebang. I'm doing everything on video, just in case. So, check the P-tote cover, and let's see, that's removed. Our tires, what am I talking about? I can't see that thing. I might be able to see it if I come around this. There we go. Let's see it. And tires, they look inflated as much as I can tell. Oleo struts are extended. Nose wheel is straight. Cowling fasteners, I can't check those. Obstructions, well, I don't see anything, so I guess we're good. Oh, there we go. There she is. Much better from this angle. Let's see, baggage compartment. We can't check that on this craft because the door doesn't open. Fuel tank selector. Wait a minute. No, full tank. Fuel tank's full. Okay. So that we're going to have to update once we pull back from the pump. Remember, we're only carrying 636 gallons as per what we had in the plane when we took off from Australia. We have since needed to switch plane versions. And we took off with 165-gallon tanks. This one comes with 300-gallon tanks. So guess what? We don't get the extra fuel. We're limited at 165. And speaking of the drop tanks, there they go. Just added them. So there we go. Fully realistic now on the outside, and the die fillets clearance, I can't check that, even with the help of Mr. Moon. Okay, and I keep opening our celestial bubble section for some reason. So I'm going to take the chocks out and hop in. So I forgot to check my pre-flight times. So let's purposefully open up the celestial log here and say that that's not bad, 419. Pre-flight done. And then the next thing is to black out, and then when we're ready to do the engine run-up, then we'll hit the open flight plan, which we're not doing a flight plan. It's kind of hard to simulate, especially in the 40s, which is when this is what I'm going for, right? Celestial navigation. For those of you who this is your first leg watching, no GPS, no radio, nothing. 100% celestial and visual only. Okay, cockpit check. Seat secure. Headset connected. Canopy closed and locked. I'm going to need to get kept real warm tonight. I think minus 35 is what we've been flying with so far at 30,000 feet. How do I know I'm out of the tropics? Because the temperatures are minus 45. So yeah, even with the cockpit heat, it's going to be freezing. Headset, canopy, flight controls. Check flight controls. Okay. Let's see, aileron. Yep, I see the deflection. Good. And then, let's see, rudder. I can see it. Elevator, rather. And now the rudder. Good. All deflections in all areas. We just got to check the nose wheel steering, and we'll have to check that later. Rudder pedals are adjusted. Trim tabs. 1, 2, 3 degrees back. Fuel selectors to reserve. I can just barely see it. Let's see, we're on drop tank and /off, and we want to go one right click to reserve. Nope, I don't want the cold area out. And at any point during the flight, really. Even when we arrive at Robinson Crusoe, it's like 55 degrees at Robinson Crusoe. And that proves my point at how we're basically out of the tropics, right? So it's 55 degrees there because it's in the fall. Or as I like to call it, autumn. Can't see this thing. Getting behind schedule. All right, what I'm going to do now is click all the way back to main, and I have this written down for emergencies like this. 1 click cross section, 2 clicks reserve. Okay, and now I got to find the other guy. I cannot see this thing. Click a bunch of... There we go. Come on, where's the center of this thing? You can see, I genuinely cannot see it. There we go. Cross section, and again to reserve. Because I've just failed to find this thing. Don't worry. Once we take off, I'm going to turn the lights off. Now I should be able to see everything. Fuel boost pumps are off. Bomb selectors on. All right, we're going to have to come back to that. I literally can't see it. So I need to make sure that the bomb selectors are on, switches are safe. And this is, yeah, I know, this is something that you really got to check before you turn the battery on. It's a little bit unfortunate that I can't do it this way. Because, yeah, if they were in the wrong... They were in the wrong position, I wouldn't be able to see it. What the heck's going on? It's like darker than normal. Alright, that's the cabin lights. All I need to do now is get the battery switch. Oh, thank goodness. Okay. No, I'm pretty sure you are the switch I'm looking for. Why can't I touch you? Alright, I'm killing the lights. I can't see it. There you are. Okay. Throttle's cracked. Prop governors full forward. Propeller switches in automatic. Let's see. That's one. Actually, I'm looking for prop condition. Wow, I am really having a tough time tonight. And don't worry, I just turned off one light. The rest of them are still on, so it's not like this is as good as it's gonna get. It's gonna there's one. There's the other. Okay. Oh man, we're getting behind. Prop governors full forward, propeller switches automatic, mixture control idle cutoff, propeller circuit breakers on. I can see them, they're both on. Prop feathering switches are in normal. Clock set to its whatever it's going to indicate. It doesn't work, but it's ticking, and second hand is where I like to see it. Altimeter set, so we're at what's the altitude here? It is 227 feet. That's about there. Okay. Gun switch off. It is. I'm not pressing it, and I'm not fiddling with it around in the dark. That's usually the one that gets me, and I still haven't seen that yet. So wing flaps are closed up, and I literally can't see anything. Aileron boost is on. There it is, and the and yes, I saw the auxiliary hand pump. Okay, so we're gonna set the parking brake now, and do the night flying checks. So we want to make sure that the landing light comes on. This should be really easy. Can you see anything? Yes or no? Yes, that came on. And then the other thing we want to check, these are high amperage, so we want to really keep them off until we start the engine. Green, I want red, and I want master. Okay. Yes, I see it. It's really hard to see, but it's at the very bottom of the thing. So that's off. And then the avionics lights, I can't test those, but boy, are we going to figure out whether they're working or not. So battery switch on into the starting engine checklist now. Left magneto to both. Let's see, left generator switch on. And now the fuel booster pump. Turn that on. Prime the engine. Good. And starter. Energize and engage. Okay, we've got amperage now, so we're safe. We're not going to run out of electrical power now. Mixture controls in auto rich, throttle 1000 RPM, so we need just a little bit more gas here to get to that 1000 mark there. Oil pressure is registering. Left fuel boost pump off. Alright, now we're into the right engine. I'm going to keep running through this because I know we're behind. Right magneto to both. Right generator switch on. Fuel boost pump, right side on. Prime pull if cold. Yeah, work mode primed, done. Starter energize. Energize. And engage. That was a little bit concerning. Okay, mixture control auto rich. And you can see now fuel pressure. What's going on with the left engine fuel pressure? Oh, of course, because I didn't turn off the right side. It's not the left, it's what's going on with the right, and that is the fuel pump is still on. Okay, so we're good, and fuel boost pump off, and now we should see that return to match the left side. Yeah, there we go. Good systems knowledge at work. Okay, flaps check. Up again. Okay, back to off, or I think it's called the closed position. Anyway, so after starting, feather switches, test, switch 1, switch 2, they don't really work anyway, so it's kind of fruitless doing it, but I'm just doing it for the sake that it was done. Radios, not using them. AC generator on. And now we can do our AC light test. There we go. So we are fully lit up now. And then the coolant shutters, we want those in the automatic position. Both of those are actually in automatic right now. The gun sight light, I'm going to skip that. I don't have time and I haven't used it so far. Coolant shutters are, let's see, up is closed, so that is automatic. Fuel warning light, I can't really test that because it's non-functional. Fuel gauges, check full. Good. Gyro instruments, uncaged, yes. Oil temperature, check 40 centigrade. And we're way above that. Oil pressure, 75 psi. Fuel pressure, 1400 psi. So we're good. Fuel pressure, 16 to 18 psi. Not 1400. I don't know what I was saying there. Oh, the hydraulic pressure. Yes, and I had checked that was up there. Intercooler shutters full open, so that's click. There we go. Lights as desired. Everything is being turned on right now. Turn on the recognition lights. Not using that. There it is. I'm not seeing it now. That's weird. Must have flipped red. There we go. Okay, yeah. Yeah, so when I was saying it's on the very bottom, that's it right there. It kind of looks like a disco ball lamp. Anyway, that's it. Okay, so we're on to the taxi checklist now, and I wanted the blockout time. I'm glad I'm remembering stuff now. 4:34. We got 22 minutes to go, so we got to keep moving. At this time, I'm going to remove another light from illumination. Should get a lot better for me now. Okay, so at this point, I am going to release the brakes, and we're going to ask Easter Island to push us back very kindly. Alright, and that's the end of it, and we'll turn the lighting down so that we can actually see what the heck's going on. Alright, so opening up our airport diagram. Let's see, I believe we are on the south end right now, and the runway that we want to go for is 28. So I'm going to take 2 right turns. And let's just make sure that we have nose wheel steering. Alright, we're fixed. And test the brakes. Good, brakes are working. Let's see, gyro instruments are working, so much as I can tell. So that's it. We're moving to the before takeoff checklist, and we got to be in position for that to happen. So, yep. All right, so I wanted runway 28, which means we should be heading in the opposite direction of 28, which is 10. And cross-check, cross-check, cross-check. We are, in fact, heading east. So when we take off, we're going to be heading west, which means we need to do a 180. And that 180, like I said, I am looking out for it. Because I am paranoid for things to go wrong this flight. I'm going to do everything I can to prevent things from going wrong. I need to open Skyview Cafe. I'm using Skyview Cafe as my version of the Nautical Almanac. So this is the device that I'm going to be using to locate stars. And once I know where the star is, I can sight it, figure out where I am. So the first thing is going to be top of climb. And top of climb is going to be 28 minutes after the liftoff time, which is 4:56. So it's going to be 5:24. So I'm going to set my time to 5:24, and yes, that's UTC plus 00. So we're good. And then the location of the top of climb is at 27 degrees, 42 minutes south. 7, 41, 42, and then the longitude 107, 56 west. Okay, I believe that Skyview Cafe is now set up to give us a really good example. Wow, Antares again. Antares, Antares, Antares. I think the most used speed star in the entire trip has been Antares. The reason we've been able to use it, despite 5 months of iteration, is because each flight is progressively getting longer. So we're using it early in the flight. Now, by the time we land, Antares is going to be on the other side of the sky. I keep forgetting how long this runway is. It's 10,000 feet. It's 3 times longer than the Robinson Crusoe runway. Let's see how we're doing on time. Let's see, 4:39. T0 is 56, so we've got about 17 minutes. We should be good. I think I've been less than 5 minutes to go in this position before. Okay, I think I see a little turnaround location that we can use. Yeah, that's what it is. Okay. So just tap the brakes a couple times to slow down and swing it around. Oh, I forgot that I need to that was a little bit more of a swing than I was anticipating, but that's okay. Alright, I think we're good now. My rotor pedals stink. Okay, so this is still open because we need to fix our fuel. So, let's see, our drop tanks, 165 gallons, 165, and we don't have any tip tanks because we're a J, we're not an L. So right tip, left tip, 0. We should be left with about 635 gallons. Yep, 635.18. And that is that. Say goodbye to the menu bar. And 63%, that means we're set properly. Say goodbye to everything we've ever known. Okay, so now at this point we're going to run through the before takeoff checklist. So canopy is locked. I really had to look for this one because it's hard to see. Side windows closed. They are not closed. They are open, letting the night breeze in. Close them now. It's not too bad to get a head start on temperature because it's going to be freezing. So minus 45 centigrade. That's the point where it's actually colder in Fahrenheit again. So, or colder in Fahrenheit, period. That's about minus 50 Fahrenheit. That is no joke cold. And when I say no joke, I mean if you stick your hand outside the window, it'll get frostbitten in like 5 minutes cold. Canopy locked, side windows closed, rudder and aileron trim 0, 0, and 3 back. Fuel selector valves on reserve. Let's see if we can check those. I can see them now, but let's, we know we're on main, now we're on cross-suction, now we're on reserve. I can actually see this one. This one's on reserve. We're good. Okay, fuel boost pumps, both on, 1 on, 2 on. Bomb selectors on. Oh, I can't see this thing. Switch isn't safe, so we're good. Just make sure. Okay, prop governor is full forward. Mixture control auto rich. Heading indicator set. Done. Vacuum, check 4 inches. Actually, it's 2 inches in our case, and that's once we apply a significant amount of power. Alright, we're good. Alright, I'm going to turn this to our initial climb out heading, which is 101 degrees. So let's see, that's going to be 90, so 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Generator switches, check to make sure that they're both on. On, coolant shutters, automatic. Yep. Oil shutters and automatic, yes. Intercooler shutters, manifold open. Dive flaps. Let's check that those are up. Okay, it does appear that they are. Yeah, I can use that tower. Yeah, they're up. Okay, we're good. Wing flaps up, closed. I would have not been able to see the dive flaps, so we know we're good, and I can see the handles in the closed position. Aileron boost, that's on. That's the really shiny silver switch on the right side. Landing lights as desired. We're going to leave it on. The lights as desired. We'll make it a little bit darker once we're done here. Alright, so we're ready for a run-up check now. I'm going to get our time now for opening the flight plan. That's at 4:46. We've got 10 minutes to go, so we've got plenty of time to do this. And the cool thing is, I just watched a NASA rocket launch from Wallops. Well, I watched a live stream of one at Wallops Island, so I feel like I'm in it right now. T-minus 10 minutes and counting. Funny. But anyway, enough gap. So, throttle 2,300 inches or 2,300 RPMs. Magnetos check both. We're going to. That's off. No, that's off. This thing is so finicky. Okay, that is left. Good. And can we do right, or is it going to shut off? Oh, there's right. Perfect. Back to both. And good. Less than a 100 RPM drop, and we attain 2,300 RPM. Prop governor, full forward, set for 200 RPM reduction. 1, 2, and full forward. Check 2,300 RPM. Done, and I actually need to do this a little bit higher for POH. Ammeter. Check under 50 amps, check, and voltmeter's good, throttle 1200 RPM. And then right engine up to 2300 RPM, stabilize 23. There we go, we're on both. I'm going to go to right and let that stabilize. Okay, that's within 100 RPM. And then, let's see, I got it for a second and then lost it. Nope, that's off. Oh, there we go. Alright, so now we're in left. Yep, 100 RPM or closer. Cool. Okay, prop governor full forward, set for 200 RPM reduction. 1, 2, and seeing that the right engine attains full 2,300 again, check. That is done. Ammeter under 50 amps. Voltmeter looks good. And here's our new part, attitude indicator visible. So at this point, we'll return the throttle back to 1,200 RPM. Turn the lights down low the way I like it. And this is where, actually 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This is where it matters. And unfortunately, what happens is I do this, right, so that I can see my manifold pressure. But then I have to do this so that I can see my... Yeah, it really stinks. I'm going to have to do it by sound. That's the only way that I can do it. Okay, we're going to review the takeoff checklist as per the root cause and corrective analysis. I like to call it the wrong way anomaly because we flew the wrong way. Okay, so the brakes, it's 6 steps. Step 1, brakes pump and hold. Step 2, throttles 44 inches manifold pressure. Step 3, brakes release. Step 4, gear retract when airborne. Step 5, throttles 35 inches after reaching 130 miles per hour. Step 6, engine instruments check. So that's 1 brakes, 2 throttle, 3 brakes release, 4 gear retract and when airborne, 5 throttles cut back, and 6 engine instruments check. I hope that prevents the stupid landing gear coming up now. Okay, so we're going to pick some stars now. We're ready for takeoff. It is 50. That's not as much time as I thought we had. We have 5 minutes. Okay, we'll make it quick then. So the first star we're going to pick is a TOC, and the second one is also a TOC. We're going to be, our course is going to be 112 degrees, true, and so we need something that is displaying 112 plus 180, so that's 292 or so is the azimuth that I want. Actually, Antares is too far to the east. 292. Do I want a 2.3 magnitude star? Shaula is at 297. So if I subtract 180 from that, that's 117. 117 degrees. Elevation 42 degrees. 56 minutes. Assumed latitude is TOC. That is 27 degrees 42 minutes south. And the oh shoot, I wrote that where the object is. Wrote it down the wrong column. Minus 27 degrees 42 minutes south. And the assumed longitude, minus 107 degrees 56 minutes, and that's west. By the way, guys, real quick, we're about as far east as the Colorado and Utah state line, if you're familiar with the United States. Further, if I go up into Canada, I think that's where Edmonton is located. And today we're going to go all the way as far east. To give you an idea of how far we're going to fly in this piston propeller powered aircraft, we're flying to Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, from Ogden, Utah. It's about as far east as Toronto. Yeah, it's a long flight. That's all I can say. By the time I'm done here, it's going to be 6 in the morning. Right now it's 10 at night, so my head is buzzing. I hope I can make it because I'm doing this hardcore. Okay, and then we need a southerly star for course. We used A-Crux. Let's use Gacrux. So I mentioned I love star pairs. I used Acrux. Gacrux is fine. It's almost as bright. So I'm gonna use that one. Now, what's interesting is I say star pairs. Acrux and Gacrux are not binary at all. In fact, their distance. They're two completely different stars. One of them is like 30 light years away, and the other is like 300 light years away. They just so happen to be about the same brightness. Apparent brightness, and be right next to each other. Okay, so anyway, this guy is at 200 degrees and the elevation 57 degrees 12 minutes. Do I have time to plug this in? No, I don't. Okay, cross-checking the position. 2742 south, 107.56 west. 2742, 107.58. That's 2 miles difference. That's within the margin of error of the sextant. I'm going to let that mistake fly. But you know what? I'm going to note it in the scratch zone. T-minus 30 seconds. T-minus 20. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. All right, here we go. Some weird stuff going on with the wind. Oh boy. Oh boy. What the heck is going on? Good God. Gear coming up. Oh boy, that's extreme turbulence if I've ever seen it. Okay. I mean, is the gear up? Well, we can check a nacelle in real life. Oh my gosh. Yeah, it's up. It is up. And the flange you see hooking down is a coolant flap. Oh my god. That was nuts. That was insane. Okay, brakes were pump and held. 44 inches manifold pressure. We're good. Brakes released. So we came airborne. Didn't get enough lift. I went to war emergency power. We need to turn the ship around. Are we high? Yeah, we're high enough where Easter Island can't take us out of the sky. Alright, I need to pay attention to my altimeter here. So, I went into war emergency power to deal with whatever the heck was going on there. It's like some sort of total loss of control situation. I mean, it's almost like we're imbalanced. It kind of feels like that. So I put the flaps down in a last-ditch attempt to prevent uncontrolled flight into terrain, possibly a stall. We climbed. Then we shot up to like 130 miles an hour. Then we got down to 100. I think that's when I put the landing gear up, once I realized that I was high enough that I would either die or we're going to stay airborne. And make sure that the flaps are in off position. Gear was up, throttles reduced to 35 inches, and check the indications. We can only now do it. Manifold pressure, 35 inches, please. 35 and 3,000 RPM. Oil temperature, oil pressure, fuel pressure, coolant temperature, carburetor temperature. Jeez, I'm talking myself dry. Generators or ammeter, voltmeter are all good. Oh my god, that was so stressful. I mean, you probably could have seen, we almost lost it too, which is not the way that I wanted this to go. I don't know what kind of sheer strength we had, but it seemed like it was extreme with a touch of asteroid landing. Normal climb checklist. Throttle 40 inches manifold pressure. RPM 2500. Speed established 165 miles per hour. Okay, notes. Take off on time. Although if you ask me, I would say it's more like loop-de-doodle-doo in the wind time. Okay, where was I? Establishing 165 miles per hour. Engine instruments, manifold pressure, tachometer, oil temperature, fuel pressure, oil pressure, carburetor air, coolant, ammeter, voltmeter, we're all good. We're good. Okay. Heading. This is the important one. Are we heading the right direction? Established and cross-checked. My plan. Compass heading magnetic. To top of climb says 101 degrees. Cross-check. I'm reading 120. Reading 120. And that is east. East is in the direction of flight we want. So therefore, we are officially not heading in the opposite direction. Okay, I think we're pretty much trimmed out now, so let's continue with the checklist. Fuel boost pumps, both off. Although, it took us so long to establish the climb that we're coming up on 10,000 feet now, and I see no point in taking the boost pumps off at this point. Oh, you know what? I should probably also do this one. There we go. So the one that I just set is really my heading indicator. I don't know what this thing is. It doesn't do anything. Like, I can turn this knob all day and it never adjusts. And then, let's see, there's this guy, and that's my compass. Whoops. Let's fix that before it snowballs. There are clouds. I can see where I'm going. It's not fully instrumented. Thank goodness. You know, I'm wondering if maybe, like, the issue has to do with like, the model and how it, like, encounters wind. Because, yeah, some very strange behavior going on. And I am looking just to make sure that the dive flaps are up, because I know this has happened before and the dive flaps were down. But they do not look down at all. So I don't know. Okay. If climb continues above 12,000... Oh, wait a minute. No. Hang on. Fuel boost pumps both off. Landing lights off. Recognition lights as desired. We'll leave them on. And if climb continues above 12,000 feet, we are coming up on 12,000 feet right now. Fuel boost pumps, both on, never turned them off. Oxygen flow on. O2 pressure check. We have full pressure, and the last thing is the blinker. Blinker is operating. We are good. Oh yeah, and we're going to turn the cockpit heat on. I don't want to freeze to death. Alright, I think we're pretty good. We're up to the cruise checklist now, so let's see if we can plug in some of this information to our sextant here. So top of climb is going to be at 27 degrees 42 minutes south, and then 107 degrees 56 minutes west. 107 50 107.56 58. That is not correct. I did not copy the information correctly. So that's going to round up to 108. Okay. And then the first star, Shaula, 117 degrees azimuth. Elevation 42 degrees 56 minutes. .117, 42.56. Okay, we're set up. So takeoff was on time. It is now, let's see, 5:07. So it's been 11 minutes, and we're expecting a 28-minute climb, so we should be almost halfway there. And well, we're at 16,000 feet. That's more than halfway, so perfect. We're all set for top of climb. All I need is the time and the offset, and I'm going to stick my go into Google Earth now on my other computer, open up the ruler tool, go to line, go to my talk position, which is 2742 and 107.58. And I'm going to go just drag a generic line out in an azimuth of 117 degrees. And that's almost parallel, which is good. And that's all I'm going to do for the time being. If I really call off everything on my checklist, I'm probably going to sound like a Caribbean smoker by the time I'm done. I see Robinson Crusoe. Oh yeah, one thing that I forgot to mention, hopefully I think I'll just put in the editing, but there were two bubbles on the Google Earth snapshot that basically shows you the satellite image of the flight, and there were two bubbles. One of the bubbles is for the island of Alejandro Selkirk, and the other one is for the island of Robinson Crusoe. Now, there is another island, but it's only 80 miles apart, so it doesn't help much. But what it can do is tell us when we're ready to descend. If we get over Alejandro Selkirk at dawn, then it basically means that we're exactly where we should be. I have purposely planned the LOP intercept to occur over Alejandro Selkirk, so that when the dawn light breaks, Alejandro Selkirk should be underneath me. And if I see that, I'm going to feel really, really happy. Alright, let's see. Before the flight, choose your altimeter setting. That was done. Dead reckoning is a 10 to 1 roll check. I've planned for 10 to 1. record the time of brake release, takeoff to the nav log liftoff time. I did. It was correct, so no update was necessary. Do once during the flight, take the first sight at the top and climb. Okay, I am going to sit back and try to collect some oxygen, which I need to do the rest of this flight. It's going to be interesting to see what our performance is this time. I guess I probably should have adjusted it, right? I'm using the same numbers, but it's cold. It's colder outside, so there might be an issue. So let's see. We're going to set 30,000 feet. Wow, we're almost at the bottom of the E6B for temperature. So we're going to go to 30,000 feet. Minus 10, minus 20, minus 30, minus 40, minus 45. And if we're doing 155, that's going to be an indicated of 253. And that compares to our nav log where I plan 240. So we might get a better performance of about 15 miles per hour. That's pretty good. Now, if it were the opposite, if it were warmer, I'd be scared now, because then I'd be like, uh-oh, we're going to be traveling slower than I was planning. But faster is not a problem. At least as long as it's reasonable. Let's see, top of climb is supposed to be at 5:24. So you got 10 minutes to go. Looks like we're 23,000 feet right now. So getting pretty close to the critical altitude. Okay, I've just taken out the rest of the lights now. I have just my computer light going right now. And if I cover the display with my hand, I can see lots of stars out of the front window, so that's a good sign. See what happens if I turn this thing on. I can actually read the gauges. Actually, you know what I'll do? I'll leave this on for you guys, because I know you probably can. And what's worse than looking at a black screen with nothing legible on it? What I'm going to do is I'm going to put on my red sunglasses. There we go. 26,000 feet, so we should start to hear the engine spool down as part of the critical altitude, which wouldn't happen in real life. In real life, what would happen is the maximum limitation of the manifold pressure would be brought down, and we wouldn't notice anything until we reach the determined maximum. Okay, I hear it's coming down now. So every time it reaches about an inch lower than where it is now, I'm going to reset it up again. So when we get to 39, push it back to 40. Let's see how we're doing on our time here. It's 5:17. Expecting the shot at 5:24. We got 7 minutes. I think we'll probably be right about on time. And at least for the time being, I'm not worried at all about the stars. I can see for light years and light years and light years and light years. Alright, that's enough. I was printing a reference of I can see for miles and miles. Alright, yeah, looks like the dive flaps are up. Oh, there we go, 39, going back to 40. 29,000, almost there. We're pretty much almost at the indicated airspeed that we need to be at, so trim should hopefully be kind of minimal. Alright, here we go. 29.9, 30,000, entering cruise. 32 inches. (2,050 RPM). Alright, there's our indicated airspeed. So all we got to do is just trim out to stay there. Okay, going back to our checklist. Throttles is desired, prop governors is desired, trim is desired, instruments, manifold pressure, RPM, oil temperature, oil pressure, fuel pressure, coolant temperature, carburetor air temperatures, ammeter, voltmeter are all good. Fuel quantity monitor, we have full, but at this point it is time to switch tanks. So let's see, what time is it? It is 5:22, and that's good. We're a little bit ahead. We switched from reserve to drop tanks. Okay. And there they are. Drop tanks. Drop tanks. Okay. That's done. And we're going to close everything up now to try to streamline. Shutter here. That's right. Up is closed. Okay, that's closed. Let's check the intercooler. Actually, the oil shutters are open. Oil shutters are still open. There they are, now they're closed. Just to keep an eye on the temperatures and our heading. Alright, position update, that's it. Yep, time, right now. On time shot. So we go talk. On time. Alright, let's see what we're doing here. Alright, we got it. Alright, actual time of the shot. At 5:24. Offset -5. Uh-oh. Negative means we're behind. I don't like that. So 117 minus 180. Give us 297, and the offset is 5 miles. But you know what it could be? Some of that could be from pushing us from like 2 to 4. It could be. It's good. We're pretty much leveled off in cruise now. It could have something to do with the fact that my position was wrong to begin with. You know, by 2 minutes, and I said I'm going to let that slide. All right, grabbing the tail end of the vector on Google Earth to 207, and that's our first position. So that is Talk, speed, LOP. I really need to get a hold of my heading here. It's been way off for a long time. It's always to the south. Okay, changing to the second star. Second star, first plotted. I have the offset, so clear the offset. Azimuth is 200 degrees. Elevation 57 degrees, 12 minutes. And nice, I can actually see the star. Alright, here is gate cruise. Actual time of the shot, 26. Alright, let's start to... Got it. Yeah, I like being able to see the stars. If I couldn't see the star, like, I mean physically on my screen monitor, not like the absence of clouds, because as long as I can see the stars, I know we're not turning. Or let me put it this way. As long as I can see the stars, I can tell when we're turning. So this one looks like +5. It's really hard for me to read that. So +5 means the offset is southwards. Who could have guessed that? 200 degrees for 5 nautical miles. And then swing that out to 290. And then cross it. Save. Talk, course, LOP. Alright, well, not the best position, but we got a solid fix on where we are, and it's reasonable and not in the opposite direction. So we're good. I just need to fix my heading here, which has been on 120 for the longest time. Okay, I'm going to go through this checklist once, and then for the sake of my voice, I'm not going to say it again, other than I'm just simply saying I'm doing my instrument scan and celestial checkpoint and every non-celestial checkpoint checklist. Okay, so we'll do once during the flight and take the first shot at the top and climb. That's done. Watch the heading indicator. Heading indicator is looking about as good as it's been pretty much the entire flight. I'm going to nudge it again just because it seems every time it looks good we drift back south again. So I'm hoping this extra nudge is going to give us a little bit of insurance that we're really going to get on track this time. Let's see, our airspeed indicator is looking like about 155, which is good. That means we're proceeding at indicated airspeed, or a true airspeed that is familiar to us. let's see, the chart update. Our position is, or at top of climb, was 27 degrees 45 minutes south and 108 degrees 6 minutes west. And that is the end of our... no, there's still... yeah, all these calculations are still part of the thing. Okay, now at any time during the flight, fuel consumption rate in gallons per hour. Okay, so we're in cruise mode 4, which means we're burning 72 gallons per hour. Total usable non-reserve fuel. We started at 629. We burned 12 of the climb, and it's been 6 minutes. So it's 12 plus 1/10 of 72. So we'll just round it off and say we consumed 20 gallons, which means the total usable non-reserve fuel is 609 gallons. The amount of fuel consumed was 20 gallons. Less reserve, it's 559 gallons. With reserve, it is 609 gallons. The distance flown is going to be 6 minutes plus... let's see, what did I say we were... And this is only a guesstimate, because I do not have our actual ground speed yet. That's going to have to wait for a little bit. So we're at 155. That's just about 250 miles an hour. It's been 7 minutes now. So we traveled 30 miles, plus the top of climb distance, which is 98 miles. So we've traveled 128 miles. Distance remaining. So the total flight length is 1,872 miles. So if I do a little bit of subtraction, we'll say we're at 130 miles now. And 1,742 miles to go. Interpolated position. Let's see, how far did I say we traveled? 30 miles. So 128, so 30 miles further than TOC means our. Now I think we are at 27 degrees 54 south, 107 degrees 37 minutes west, and with 9,613 feet of water below us. Is it possible to return to home base? As of now, yes. It will be possible to return all the way up until about TOC 3. At TOC 3, we have the go-no-go, actually no, the one-engine return point, which means the go-no-go pole is 5 minutes before TOC 3, or 8:20. Do every celestial checkpoint. Take your shots at absolute times. I did it right on time, regardless of actual assumed position. Update the fuel chart by plotting distance flown versus time and cross-checking the tank gauges. Well, they're going to stay full until our drop tank's empty, which is going to be a long time. So nothing for the time being. Do every checkpoint during the flight. Calculate your true altitude. Okay. So let me see what Easter Island was set to. That was 2992. So that means we're standard altitude, so we're at 30,970 feet. That's our altitude. Done. Calculate actual ground speed from this previous site. Can't do it yet. I don't have a second site. Calculate wind direction and speed. That's one that we haven't done for a while. but we should probably get in the habit of it. Basically, the way I do it is I just figure out where I went from where I am, and I know which direction I was moving, and I know my true airspeed. So I draw that as a vector, and I draw the actual direction and distance that we traveled as a vector, and then we take the difference between the two, and that's the wind direction and speed. It's really cool. You can find it by vector. We could also do what's called vectorial averaging, which means you add up all the vectors. So if we've been flying straight for a long time and we've been continually drifting, then that means that there is a wind present. So what you can do is you can add all of those vectors up together, and the average will be more accurate than any single one of those, which is really cool. And then we're down to the landfall becomes chart becomes current, which we're not there yet, so we're good. All we got to do now is just plug in the new location. So let's see, half an hour at our current speed will take us 126 miles, I think. So I'm going to drag out 126 statute miles in hopefully parallel the course, because I am really trying to go back to normal. 30-minute fix will be at 28 degrees 25 minutes south and 106 degrees 11 minutes west. And it's just simply 30 minutes later. So instead of 54, it's going to be at, instead of 24, it's going to be 54. It scared me for a second. 34, 44, 54. And Skyview Cafe. Updating the position. 28 degrees, 25 minutes south. 106 degrees, 11 minutes west. Now we're going to be at a compass heading of 100, which means I want something that shows on Skyview Cafe as 280. We can use Antares now. Antares is at 93 degrees azimuth. Altitude 63 degrees, 19 minutes. And then we need something at 190 degrees, or 10 in Skyview Cafe. We can use Agena. Agena is at 185 degrees for the azimuth. And the elevation is going to be at 57 degrees, 40 minutes. Okay. So now I'm going to pull open the celestial log that I have going now on Microsoft Excel. And the 30-minute fix Speedstar and Antares, azimuth 93 degrees. Oh, shoot. I picked the wrong number again for my flight plan, so I don't want 100, I want 111. Alright, scratch that. Let's pick some new stars. So I want the correct number is 111. So that's going to show up in Skyview Cafe. It's 291. So I want something around 291. And Shaula is at 295. So we're going to go with Shaula again. 295 is going to be 115 degrees for the azimuth, elevation 50 degrees, 37 minutes, and then 111 plus 90 is 201, but in Skyview Cafe it's going to show up as 21. Let's switch to Acrux. It looks a little bit better position now. There's a string of really good course stars coming up. After this, then we got Agena and then Rigel Cantaris. Okay, so Acrux is at 201 degrees. That's a perfect course star. And the elevation 49 degrees 59 minutes. Okay. Alright, now back to the spreadsheet. Shaula again. This time it's at 115 degrees. 50 degrees 37 minutes for the elevation, and then Acrux. Actually, this time it's Acrux. Yeah, I guess that's one thing that I have to be careful. Now, 201 degrees, 49 degrees, 58 minutes. So far, things have been pretty pleasant in cruise. I've been able to maintain my heading actually pretty well, and this is the only time I'm going to say it, because that's something that's easily jinxed. So I have these plotted, and I have the offsets of -5 and +5, so we're good. Clear the shot and clear star 1, star 2, and here we go. We're now at 28, 25, 106 degrees, 11 minutes, 119, and I had a note to cross-check this, 28:24. 106.10. So that's correct. 115 degrees, 50 degrees, 37 minutes. (115), 50 degrees, 37 minutes. Alright, we're all set up, and it is 45, which means we have about 9 minutes to breathe. so far so good. The only thing that I'm worried about right now is the jet stream. That we're actually moving as fast as I hope we are. And let me tell you, I'm so glad that this is the last one, because, oh my gosh, not having an autopilot makes things so difficult. Although right now it's I think it's almost as easy as it's been the entire journey so far right now. It can get really bad. Nothing like what we experienced on takeoff today, but it can get really bad. Look at the beginning of leg 9, and that will give you an idea of just how enraged I can get during cruise sometimes without the autopilot. I need to get in the habit of using this view mode to take a look at testing the recognition light. But of course, as soon as I say that, we're on the last leg that's going to be flown at night. I'm going to still do celestial navigation because, you know, I was supposed to begin with, but if I do this one, I think I'm going to do it. We're going to have like a gibbous moon, and it's only 300 miles. Well, 400. So I can fly it during the day and use some combination of the sun and moon, because it's a waxing gibbous. I might have said waning. Because it's a waxing gibbous, I will see it during the day. So depending on the time of flight when we go, we'll be able to shoot potentially the sun and the moon. And, I mean, I think the next flight is by far the easiest of them all. Of all the 12, number 12 is definitely the easiest. Because it's only 400 miles, which means when we lose sight of Robinson Crusoe, give it 100 miles, and then we'll pick up Chile and the Andes. Los Andes. Okay. Yeah, Andes. So, I'm just used to calling it Andes. I get confused because I created a, it's my own fault too. Oh, okay, I'll keep this up, we're getting close. I created another one of my custom star systems, the Sirius system, and I call this one particular moon has a mountain range that I call the Los Andes Azulados, the Blue Andes. So that's where I get confused. So okay, so I think it's Andes in Spanish, and in Inglés it's Andes. So anyway, my point is we're going to be able to see the Andes 200 miles out. And to the left is the Atacama Desert. To the right is Villarrica. So, wait a minute, that's not right. Villarrica is the volcano. What is it called? The Valdivas. Las Valdivas. We'll be able to see the Valdivas to the right. So it might be a little bit cloudy to the right, but to the left it should be clear because it's the Atacama Desert. Dang it. Shouldn't have done that. Still okay. So, what can I say? Anyway. Yeah, my point is, it's as easy as it gets on the next leg. We'll fly it during the day. I'll take maybe one shot at top of climb and one shot in between, and then I'll be like, okay, we found it. And another reason, too, is South America's a straight line, which means as long as I'm somewhere between 0 and 180, I'm going to hit it eventually. And, yeah, that's how it works. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, starting the shot. The other thing, too, is that the weather... Oh, yeah, we're right on time. The weather is going to be almost a non-factor as well, right? Because we basically have the entire continent of South America at our disposal. We're going to be able to find one airport on that continent. So, yeah, I think 12 is going to be a cakewalk. That being said, I'm going to do all the planning that I did previously, and I'm going to treat it with respect, like it's its own leg, and it is in its own right. I'm not going to strip that honor away from the 12th leg. And that way, you know, we have an entirely standard process from continent to loud continent. Continents don't shine. I don't know what you call it. 0 offset. That is what I like to see. So 115 minus 90 is 25 degrees. And just extend that a little bit. And this is going to get saved. This is 30-minute fix speed LOP. I like what I'm seeing. Okay. Oh shoot, I need the top time of the shot. That was on time at 5:54. Offset 0. Let's get set up for the second shot. So that's 201 degrees. And while this is going on, I want to see if I can find crooks. It's an easy constellation to locate. Exactly 50 degrees is what it's going to route to. Okay, I have the shot value. Clear the shot and go. So at 56, this is the 30-minute fix on a crooks. So 5:56. Alright, let me see if I can find this thing. So it's at 50 degrees, so it's going to be way up here. Probably need to zoom in just a little bit here. Too brighter. Yes. Okay, that's it. So I'm going to position it right below where it says distance nautical miles on the chart. That's Gay Crooks. And That's a cruise. The star we're shooting right now is right there. So that was pretty cool to see. Oh, drifting south again. Okay, -5, and that's consistent with 4. So going back onto Google Earth, 28, 25, 106, 10, and we're going opposite 201. Wait a minute. We're -5. We were +5 last time. Yes! That means that we have basically gone right back onto course. Alright. I like it. We're 100% on course, is, well, almost as could possibly be. And I am very happy about that. And I'll explain why as soon as I make sure that this is all recorded. So it is negative, so it's not 201, it's 21. For 5 nautical miles. Then I am going to turn it. Oh, actually, you know what? Even though, let's see 20, 21. So it's going to go up to 111 when I add 9 units. Okay. Alright, so guess what? The way I got the 30-minute fix, let's see, this is the course LOP save. The way I got this offset value is by extrapolating the fact that I was off course. So if I had a 0 offset, it would mean that I'm 5 miles to the south of course. So because I'm 5 miles north of where I thought I was, that puts us on course, which means our cross track is 0 and our speed track is 0. So we are literally bang on the route. And every time we manage to do that, we shrink the angle of danger down. Let me show you what I'm talking about. The top of climb. All right, let's say we didn't do anything. Let's say we were at Easter Island. If we go any further north of 106 degrees, or any further south than 117 degrees, it's game over. Basically, at 30,000 feet, we will not see the island anywhere. It'll be below the horizon, right? So that's a span of 12 degrees. But now, because we knew where we are, now the off-track distance that we can be is 117 degrees to 104 degrees. Wait a minute. Something's not right. Oh, I did it the opposite way. So it's 12. Now it's 11 degrees. Wait, hang on. Oh, yeah, it's size. So plus or minus 6 degrees. Now we can swing between 104 and 117. So now we're plus or minus 6.5 degrees. You got what I'm saying? So basically what I mean is that our heading right now can be off. Our average heading can be off by now 6.5 degrees in order for us to miss the island. And the more times we do that, the greater the chances that we actually see the island. Before, for example, at Tok 6, if we pass directly over Tok 6, then anything from 63 degrees to 132 degrees, we will see the island, assuming sufficiently clear sky, right? That's That's like 60 degrees. So we could be off by as much as 30 degrees on our heading and be able to see it. So that's what we're working up towards. Man, I am happy about that. Okay, I'm now going to execute my instrument scan checklist. And I think we skipped it, but there's no islands to watch for until we get to Talk 6. Then it's Alejandro Selkirk, the Goat Man Eater Island. $503 gallons remain. Wait a minute, I did that math wrong. It's 593 minus the extra 12. So we have 581 gallons in the tank, and non-reserve, that's 531 gallons. With that, the only thing that I was concerned about, which was wind, is exactly what I was planning. So if I can preserve what's going on right now, I'm going to be the happiest I've been in like a month. We have 1,636 miles remaining in the flight. It is possible to return to home base. Okay. Time to pick some new stars. So this is going to be the Talk 1 site. It's going to occur at 6:24, and its position is going to be 28 degrees 57 minutes. South, and 107 degrees 58 minutes. Wait, 107. Something is screwy with my Skyview Cafe settings. Hopefully that was just a mistaken AeroPress. Anyway, 107.58. Okay, so now the correct number that I should be reading off. is 111. So in Skyview Cafe, that's going to be 291. We'll do shallow again. So that's 294, 114 degrees. $55 degrees, 25 minutes. Okay. Next star, we want at 201 degrees. Which in Skyview Cafe is going to show up as 21. We can go with acres again. That's going to be at 204 degrees now. 48 degrees. 34 minutes. Okay, so now copy this into my celestial log again. Okay, and let's see, 0 minus 5, and I almost hate to clear this off because, man, that is just so perfect. But I guess it's offsides anyway because of the minus 5, so I have it recorded. We're going to clear the shot, clear star 1, star 2, and setting up for the top 1. So 28, 55, 104.17. And then azimuth, the first star is 114. That's Shaula. 55 degrees, 25 minutes. Okay, we're all set up, and we've got about 15 minutes now. I'm getting a little bit better at doing these. So our ground speed, because it's 100% correct, that means we can take it right off of the nav log. 240 miles per hour. Oh, that's why it's so easy. It's because there's basically no jet stream active right now. This is literally zero wind. Now, that's expected. Right around the time we get to Mach 4, it's really going to kick in, which is perfect because that's the time we throttle down to cruise speed 5 and slow down. So we're slowing down as the wind is accelerating us. That's basically a an equal exchange, which is pretty nice. One more thing about the 11th leg. I did mention that the 12th leg was going to be easy. And the 12th leg is the easiest. But everyone talks about the 11th hour. So this goes all the way back to ancient Egypt. The 12th hour being easy, the 12th leg is synonymous with the story of the Pharaoh's journey through night. A story about the journey the Pharaoh takes after he dies on the first night to basically reach the kingdom of the gods, which, you know, is basically heaven. So basically what happens is this dude's on a raft in a heavenly version of the Nile with his servants. That's why they would kill servants with their and bury them with their pharaohs, so that this could happen, so that, you know, his entourage travels together. Make of that with it as you may. And every hour of the night, this voyage takes place during the night. Every hour of the night on the river, they meet a particular challenge. And unfortunately, I lost the source where I got this information from. And it's one of those things that I've been searching and searching and searching, and I've probably put 10 hours of work trying to Google this stuff, and I could not find it, and I don't know why. So, I mean, it sounds right because I look it up, and the Pharaoh's journey is a real thing. It's just I can't find the actual progression. Although I know someone who's an Egyptologist, so I should probably ask him. Anyway, what happens is, you know, hour one, this isn't exactly how it goes down, but hour one, it's like they come upon another raft that basically warns them that there's danger ahead. And then hour two, they meet their first real challenge that's basically like, I'm going to take you down, and, you know, nothing actually happens because it's the flipping Pharaoh. And then, you know, they continue on through night. I think at like hour 6, there's like some crocodile. Obviously, hour 12 is easy because it's the morning light. Hour 1 is easy because it's dusk. It's just the morning. And it basically counts all the way up to and culminates with the 11th hour. Actually, at the 10th hour, there's something that's really hard. But at the very end, after he's defeated, he basically tells the Pharaoh, and this is, mind you, this is supposed to be every Pharaoh that ever reigned is supposed to go through this progress. He tells him, I'm hard, but what comes immediately afterwards, after me, you are not prepared for if you think that I am the challenge. So come to the 11th hour, and it's the great terror, the great evil, the great darkness, whatever you want to call it. It's basically the equivalent of the Egyptian devil. It is the absolute pinnacle of the pharaohs fighting, and then once that terror is defeated, then it becomes morning light. So basically, that's the way I see. It's a pretty cool metaphor to what we're doing right now. You know, some are easy, some are hard. It's a generally harder progression. Like leg 1 we did during the day. That wasn't too bad. Leg 2 I think we also did during the day. And then leg 3 we did at night. So that's when it started to get really hard. And then leg 4 was a disaster. Leg 5 I think was also a disaster. Leg 6 was okay. You know, so it's ups and downs. And then, but if we look at legs 1, 2, and 3, and then compare them to legs 8, 9, and 10, there's a definite difference in distance covered and amount of challenging situations at hand, and culminating with the 11th leg as being the absolute hardest. And if we land, that's it. We basically get a free ride. We can fly during the day because of the length involved. Like I said, all I have to do is head eastward. As soon as we make landfall in Chile, I can figure out where in the Andes we are, and then I can fly to Concepcion all during the day. No problem. So this is really it. We spot Robinson Crusoe. Fingers crossed that no weather update makes it IFR. We are making South America. No doubt about it, if I can land at Robinson Crusoe and refuel. Alright, I think we're coming up on our shot time. 19:24. Still got 5 more minutes. I'm going to pipe down for the next few minutes. we're going to start the shot in about 25 seconds. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1, starting the shot. Okay, looks like we got a positive offset, positive 10. That's a good thing. That means we're going faster than predicted. And per the nav log, per the weather report, that was supposed to happen. So, let's see, 114 degrees out 10 nautical miles. And then I'm going to swing this thing to 24 degrees. There we go. Save. Talk 1. Speed. LOP. Alright, we just picked up some tailwind. That's good. So it's starting. Alright. Positive 10. Did I get that down? I did not. So 10. Alright, clear the shot, and we're going to get set up for the second star, Crusoe. That's, wow, that has to be the most oddly shaped cloud I've ever seen. That looks like a fish. Or some sort of weird dragon thing. 204 degrees, 48 degrees, 34 minutes. Alright, starting the shot, and this will be a little bit later. This will be at 27. That is a very good thing to see. The legacy continues. No offset. That means we are 100% on course. Oh no, I forgot to... Dang it. Forgot to put the offset on. I think that's the first time I've forgotten to do that. Alright, so there's one star. Let's try to get the other one. All we gotta do is set the azimuth. To plot it, it's pretty simple. We can fake it out a little bit. What we're gonna do is we're gonna set the azimuth, and then okay, I have the shot written down and it's plotted, so I'm gonna clear it. So what I do is I start a hypothetical shot, and then add 10 to it. End the shot, positive 10, and mark star 1. There we go. Alright, so now that's properly plotted. So in Google Earth, so we have positive 10 and 0 offset. So 0 is going to be at 204 minus 90, or add 90 would actually be easier, 294. Save top 1 horse LOP. Okay, and now we're following a new heading. We're now following 96 degrees, and that comes with the wind. So wait a minute, wrong way. 4, that should be 96. Cool. Alright, so then I had some special things to do with this, because this was a actual checkpoint, geographical checkpoint. Check your true altitude, it's still 2992, so we're still at 30,800 feet. Calculate actual ground speed from the previous site. Yeah, I needed to actually do that. That's a good point. So in half an hour, we traveled 133 miles. So we're moving 266 miles per hour true. That's 20 miles an hour faster than the table here. I like it. That means that we're trending early, and that means less fuel, and it means less red-eye for me. I have to stay up regardless, because I actually have a work function going on that I need to be awake at night for. So I'm staying up. But here's the question, right? Do I get to sit back and watch, what's that guy's name? The guy that built zoos on Josh from Let's Game It Out, right? It's a lot easier for me to stay awake if I'm watching Let's Game It Out videos with Josh than doing this, because, like, the longer I do this, the more I'm going to be exhausted. And it's going to get exciting when I get towards the end, but let me tell you, after I landed and stopped the video, that's when it's probably going to hit me and I'm going to want to drop dead. But hopefully by then it'll be daylight out. If that does happen and we do end up taking the full 7 hours, 15 minutes, that it'll be brighter outside. And I can just, because like I said, I can't sleep with light. So all I need to do is put myself in direct sunlight, and there's no way I'm going to sleep. Okay, anyway, what was I doing? Oh yeah, my checklist. Let's see, 31. We're now 6 minutes beyond. 6 minutes at 266 miles an hour gets us 26 miles. Distance flown 375 miles. Distance remaining 1,500 miles. Fuel consumption rate 72 gallons per hour. It has been 1 hour after top of climb. We have burned 84 gallons. We have 544 gallons left in the tank. I'm sorry, 545 gallons in the tank. We have 495 less reserve. Current interpolated position, 29 degrees, 9 minutes south. Wow, we're almost in the 30s. That's where you leave the tropics at 23 south, but where you really start to see four seasons is 30 degrees. Once you get out of 30, that's where you're starting to see like freezing temperatures if it's middle of winter. 103 degrees, 42 minutes west, over approximately 10,689 feet of water. And yes, of course it's going to deepen the closer we get, right? It's not that really matters. Like I said, well, not that little. 50 feet of water is all it takes to not matter. Calculate actual ground speed from the previous site. I did that. Calculate wind direction and speed. Okay, so we're heading in the same direction. We know that the magnitude is just 4. I'm going to do it even though we're matching, but basically we have 26 plus what we're expecting. So that's going to be 210 at 26 plus 18. 210 at 44. But I have to account for the fact that that's going to skew the vector. So we'll say, and that would drive us northwards. So we're going to say 220 or 230 at 44 is what our wind speed should be right now. Cool, so that's it. All I need to do now is just set up for talk plus 1 hour 30 minutes fix. And we picked up some speed, so I think that we're going to be 133 miles further along. Luck will be directly on course. Alright, so at the 1 hour 30 minute fix, we're going to be at 29 degrees 40 minutes south. 102 degrees 2 minutes west. And our direction of travel between Talk 1 and Talk 2 is 109 degrees. That means that the ideal speed star is located at 109 degrees, which in Skyview Cafe would be 289. Let's use Caus Australis. Oh shoot, I didn't update the time. Or the location. So I take that back. At least for the time being. Actually, that makes Caus Australis better. Cool. So, congratulations to you. You are selected. So that is 108 degrees. Elevation, 56 degrees. I'm picking some really high stars this time. I guess everything's way up there. Everything useful. 56 degrees, 18 minutes. Okay. And then the ideal Speed star is going to be at 199, which corresponds with 19. And now we'll switch over to Agena. Agena is at 202 degrees, 54 degrees, 50 minutes. Alright, now getting these numbers entered into my celestial log. Being very careful to make sure I don't cross the numbers. Okay, so the last offset that okay, that was the first one that I had to replot. That's there. I have this plotted for top one. I have the offset. Clear the offset, clear star 1, star 2. And we're now going to (29 degrees) 40 minutes south, 102 degrees, 2 minutes. First star, 108 degrees, altitude 56 degrees, 18 minutes. Let's see, we're 6:54. Yeah. So we've got about 15 minutes or so. I wonder, can I fly like this? My altitude isn't changing. All I need is my heading. And if I can identify a constellation, I can use that as my heading indicator. And I mean heading indicator, because stars aren't affected by the Earth's magnetic field. Whoa, my recognition light's doing something funky. I've never seen it do that before. Huh. Well, it's finally after midnight where I am. Let's see where we're at here. Let's see, I think we're in what would be mountain time in the United States. So midnight would be at 6. Yep. Yeah, pretty well in sync right now. There's a 2-hour disparity. Oh man, I need to use this view when I'm looking for islands. There's a 2-minute disparity, and the cause for that is because, or a 2-hour disparity, and the cause for that is because I'm located in the northern hemisphere, and Robinson Crusoe is located in the southern hemisphere. So when I say near real time, it's really offset by about 2 hours. And the reason I'm doing that is so that the sun rises where I am and at Robinson Crusoe at the same time. So it'll rise earlier for me, 2 hours, than it would for Robinson Crusoe. So that's the reason for the offset. Pick some clouds. They change every once in a while, so when they change I have to update it and be like, okay, well I'm looking at X cloud now. This is probably honestly a more effective way of managing my position, because like the heading indicator isn't all that accurate, and I'm also really looking at the compass and treating it my heading indicator, which it's a little unfortunate. The heading indicator is in a bad position. So also, this is way more zoomed in, too. And the clouds, they don't lie. They're, like I said, not a compass. And I can genuinely see how what I'm doing is impacting my my direction. So this is actually a really good way to fly right here. Like, I'm going to say we're probably slightly to the north. And we're swinging back to, yep, swinging back to, right there is our desired heading. And you know what? Son of a gun. I can read my heading indicator from outside too. If only I could see both at the same time. Alright, I think we're... no, we got a couple more minutes. Alright, so now I can tell we've drifted south again. Yeah, I should definitely do this. If it, well, no, it doesn't work if the clouds disappear. If the clouds disappear, then I won't be able to fly the plane at all from this angle. Alright, looks like the clouds are changing again. Let me try this. I'm gonna bring up paint, and I am going to fill screen black. Yes, I still can't see the stars, unfortunately. Unless that's one. That'd be a really big one. Yeah, is that a planet? Oh no, that's my tail light. 4 minutes to go. Alright, we'll spend the remaining 4 minutes inside. This is a very near perfect star. We are right now passing about 50 miles south of Ferris Seamount. There's basically not much to talk about because we're this far out. There's that, and then there's, I think, yeah, WWII Basin will switch from top 4 to top 5. Or, sorry, not switch. That's when we prepare to change, and then after we change, cruise profiles to 5 will be on the WWII Rise. And then we pass, oh yeah, get this. So, we are in what I'm going to argue this is the most isolated place in the world. Well, actually, you know what? Check that. I say that the most isolated place in the world is 45 degrees south, 115 degrees east. You're literally 2,000 miles from the nearest point of land. And that nearest point of land, Antarctica. And the second closest piece of land, Patagonia. And the third closest, New Zealand. So, yeah. Anyway, so we are so far outside that even on a modern map, Google Earth is marked Podesta Island. You might think that there is an island, between Robinson Crusoe and, Alejandro Selkirk and Easter Island, but no. That is known as a phantom island. That is an island that people thought existed, but because nobody returns to it ever because it's so isolated, it never leaves the map, despite the fact when people check it. Now, the only way I know is by looking in the satellite image, because it shows up all the time. If you really want to know, Google Podesta Island, and maybe just for sons and giggles, we'll just take a look off to the left side and see if we can see Podesta Island. I'm going to say there is a greater than 0% chance that for some reason it made it into the simulator, even though it doesn't exist. And even if it's not real and we spot it, well, that just adds to the spookiness of where we are. Okay, shot's coming up in 20 seconds. And we're drifting south again. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1, starting the shot. That's perfect. 0 offset. Time of the shot, 6:54. Offset, 0. Boom, plot it. Okay, second start, 202 degrees. $54 degrees, 50 minutes. And I have the shot down and plotted, so we'll clear. And here is Agena. I'm hearing a chorus of angels singing in my head right now. Yep, I'm not touching that. Boom! First one, 0-0. And this is definitely the flight to get that one. All right, 6:56. Offset 0. Well, this is going to be the world's easiest plotting job on Google Earth now. Bam! We were exactly at 29 degrees 40 minutes south, 102 degrees 0 minutes west. Fantastic. In the most sincere of ways. Okay, so that was 1 hour, 30-minute fix. Okay. So all I need to do is just drag that out on 108 degrees. Save 1 hour, 30-minute fix. Speed LOP. The second one was at 202 degrees, 2940, 10202. At 202 degrees. Save 1 hour 30-minute fix course LOP. Absolutely beautiful. We're over 11,315 feet of water, so that kind of gives you an idea. By the time we get all the way down to the WWII rise, it will be at about 13,000 feet. You know, I'm almost a little bit upset that we have the greater fuel range now, because remember what I said? We had to fly it absolutely straight, and so far, that's what I've been doing. So now, our aiming angle from the last fix is 100 degrees to 116 degrees. So now it's 16 degrees wide, or plus or minus 8 degrees. So we've gained 25% 25% course accuracy on the way into Robinson Crusoe. So basically what I'm getting at is if we lose the sky, like let's say we go under a bank of thick cirrostratus at like 50,000 feet and we can't outclimb that and we get nothing more, as long as I'm able to maintain my heading plus or minus 8 degrees at this point, we will come close enough to be able to spot Alejandro Selkirk or Robinson Crusoe, assuming that the sky remains the way it is now. Okay, so that is that. Okay, beginning the instrument scan. Let's see, we took our shot 6 minutes ago. In 6 minutes we'll travel 26 miles. 26 miles further along puts us 29 degrees 46 minutes south, 101 degrees 38 minutes now, in 11,147 feet above. So that basically means we're slightly over 40,000 feet above the nearest rock, or mud, or sand, or marine snow, or whatever you want to say is down there. Sludge, marine sludge, I think is what typically... I used to be confused because they'll say that the baffle zone, oh, it's dark and cold. Okay, the abyssal zone, oh, it's dark and cold. And I'm like, what's the difference between dark and cold from like from 3,000 to 10,000 feet, and between 10,000 feet and 20,000 feet? I don't understand it. Why are we splitting regions for no reason? And I did some digging because I have a knack for oceanography, or a slight hobby, a nagging, I guess is the proper term. And I finally solved it. So the definition between the upper and lower regions is because calcite, the major material that goes into shell building, becomes unstable at 10,000 feet of water due to the pressure, and it will actually disintegrate. So as a result, you will not find any seashells at all, ever, well, except maybe for a couple hours, below 10,000 feet. So you do not have shell beds in the abyssal zone. So it's that marine sludge. The shell beds decay into sludge. Okay. Let's see. Continuing on, fuel consumption rate 72 gallons per hour. 120 gallons in total. $523 gallons remain in the tanks, of which 473 are considered non-reserve. Altogether, we have flown 507 miles, which means we have 1,365 miles remaining in the plane. I just did our interpolated position not too long ago. Is it possible to return to home base? Yeah, it is. We're inching closer to the point of one engine return, and it will probably come earlier than when we're expecting because of the excess speed, right? So we have a tailwind, and if we have to turn around, that's a headwind. It's a stronger headwind because we have a stronger tailwind. So that's at 8:20. 7:05, so we have slightly more than an hour to go, about an hour and 15 minutes before we are no return on one engine. Alright, time to update again. So this time we'll be going with Talk 2, and there's going to be a little bit of an offset for Talk 2 because we're going faster, so we should get a positive offset here. Talk 2 is located at, there it is, 30 degrees, 7 minutes south, and 100 degrees 31 minutes west. Let's see, it's going to occur at 7:24. So 109 degrees, that's 289 in Skyview Cafe. We'll do Cals Australis again. Currently located at azimuth 107 degrees, altitude 63 degrees, 54 minutes. And then add 180 to that. So from 109 109 becomes 189 or 10. Well, we've kind of hit the last, let's see, there's Atria, didn't use Rigel Kentaurus yet. Alright, Rigel Kentaurus is the best one to use. It's going to be at 21. So it's 201 degrees for the azimuth. 54 degrees. 52 minutes for the elevation. Alright, and then lastly, let's make sure that we have the plot done. We do. It really pains me to have to clear this off because this is... I'm going to take a picture right now. That is gold. That is Navigator's gold right there. 00 and clear star 1, star 2. Clear the shot. Update the position. 30 degrees 5 minutes south. Or 7 minutes south, rather. 100 degrees. 31 minutes west. Azimuth 107 degrees. .63 degrees, 54 minutes. Alright, we got it. So we are done, and we've got about 13 minutes to pull around. Okay, so let's see. We are 17 minutes past our last site, which means we've traveled 75 miles. From our last fix. So we're almost already to the actual location of Talk 2. So if I took the site like in about 3 minutes, it would show us as being over Talk 2, which is good. That means we're moving faster. So it's 554 miles traveled. So right now we're at 30. We're crossing the 30th degree south parallel right now. At 100 degrees 51 minutes west in 12,162 feet of water. So if I go north 100 degrees 51 minutes, for the people in the States, that is the following: San Angelo, Texas, fairly close to Amarillo, very close to Oakley, Kansas, which I actually used as what would be equivalent of a talk point over land. But there's no need for talk 4 when I can physically see land features. And then moving north into Nebraska, North Platte, which I also used. Further north into South Dakota, Murdo, close to Pierre, near Lake Wahi, and going further north, basically exactly where Bismarck, North Dakota is. Going into Further north of North Dakota is Minot, and then crossing the international border now to Canada, near Brandon in western Manitoba. Further north, oh, that's almost it, Swan River, and one of my favorite towns, Landfall. And that's as far north as I'm going to go, because after that, it's tundra. And then let's go a little bit further south. So in Mexico, there is Monterrey, Saltillo, Matehuala, San Luis Potosi. Further south, El Pueblito, and Acapulco. So that's just an example of how far east we are right now. We're basically, if you had to draw a line straight down North America, where it would basically split just about the same amount of land on the west side versus the east side, it's about 100 degrees west, which is where we are now. Crazy thought, thinking that we're still in the Pacific. It's a little bit too bad that we weren't able to bridge the Hawaii to San Francisco gap, because if we could do Hawaii to San Francisco, this would have ended by the time we got to Tahiti. But at least I have the added the added swag of saying I went across the wide part. Got 8 minutes to go. So right about now, we're probably where Talk 2 is. See, I'm going to take a look at Texarkana's longitude. We'll see if you can figure out where I'm going with this. Actually, that's quite a bit more east. That's 94 degrees 3 minutes west, and 94.3 was around Talk 4. So basically, when we transition to the even slower speed 5 cruise, I'm going to take off the headphones for a couple minutes and listen to Eastbound and Down, because that's basically what's going on, and the miles are rolling under us as the propellers roll round and round. Oh, you know what's actually cool about that? 1,800 miles is 900 miles there and 900 miles back. So this flight, one way, is exactly as long as the Smokey and the Bandit round trip. In, what do they say, 18 hours? So you have to average, you have to average 100 miles an hour. We don't have that long. We have 10 and a half hours. So we have to do this trip even faster, hopefully more than twice as fast, averaging 200 miles an hour. Actually, maybe I can also talk about the cylinders. I think we have an Allison. We have two Allison 1710s. Let's see how many cylinders that had. I want to say it's a 20 cylinder. No, actually, it's a V12. Maybe I'm thinking of a train. I think I'm thinking of a train engine. Yeah, 12. So we'll say 24 cylinders are rolling. Alright. We're not there yet. That's I'm gonna need that later to keep me sane and awake. Part of the inspiration to actually have this done in real time came from I think the guy's name is Peter Mathis, and I had already embarked on my journey with celestial navigation by the time I discovered his video. But one of the next things that I might try to do is just navigate around create hypothetical crazy airliner routes with the advanced Connie. Although I kind of want to wait to see if forget the developer name that created that Connie. It might be Captain Sim. But whoever it was, I think I might want to wait to see if they make anything for Flight Simulator 2020, and hopefully they where was I going with this? Hopefully they have a sextant gauge to go along with it. You know, because right now there's no bubble sextant that works in Flight Simulator 2020, to my knowledge. And let me tell you, that's going to be scary, because you know everything that happens in real life, it's going to happen in the simulator, at least weather-wise. You know, there's a cloud over the island. Guess what? There's a cloud over the island. There's a thin veil of cirrostratus at 35,000 feet. Guess what? There's a thin veil of cirrostratus at 35,000 feet. So you better plan your trips 100%ly correct. Anyway, yeah, I think I might try something with like the Connie next. If I do decide to purchase it. All right, we're about a minute away from the start of the shot. So we're 30 degrees 5 minutes south and 100 degrees 30 minutes west. 107 on the azimuth and elevation 63 degrees 54 minutes. This is Talk 2. We're going to actually expect quite a big offset here. And the reason that is because we're traveling ahead of schedule, unlike the last time. So that means we're going to be appearing ahead. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, starting the shot. Let's see what we're getting here. 6430. Oh yeah. Yeah, that's like 35 miles ahead. Alright, let's see. Actual time of the shot, 7:24. Starting to get closer and closer to that no 1 inch return. But things are going so good right now. Okay. Positive 35. Mark it. And yep, that means we're ahead. So 107 translates to 17 degrees for a line of position. We're going to save. This is Talk 2, speed LOP. And at this rate, we're not actually going to have a Talk 7. I might just opt to do a single shot at Talk 7, a speed star, and then my course star will be just simply the line of position that I set up beforehand. Okay, no time to waste. I have the thing plotted and the offset marked. Clear the shot. Second star, 201 degrees for the azimuth. This is great. Our flying has been so smooth that I can precisely calculate the winds if I want to. I might do that later if things go crazy. 54-52. Alright, starting the shot. Oh, yeah, that's what I like to see. Let's see, this can be at 7:27. Booyah! That is on. 0 offset. So from Talk 2, 201 oh no, it's, let's add, that's way easier, 291, drag it out. That is a beautiful sight. Right on course. Save Talk 2 course LOP. Alright, let's see what our speed's doing. So we traveled 137 miles. Good. We're picking up speed as predicted. Oh, geez. Just had a major excursion. Okay, back to the instrument scan. Let's see, where is Podesta Phantom Island? It's actually right off the Talk 5. So when I believe us to be passing the location of Talk 5, that's when it might be a bit interesting to look. Oh yeah, we're now following a new heading. So we're between Talk 2 and Talk 3. Now we're supposed to be following a compass heading of 91 degrees. Okay, so this is much easier. All I got to do is just balance it out so that it looks as east as on west, as west rather. That's it right there. And yoink that one. Perfect. Okay, so we're now following 90 degrees. And that's due to increasing wind speeds. So at Top 2, our position was 30 degrees 19 minutes south, 99 degrees 54 minutes west. I think this is the first time on the entire journey that we've been out of the 100s of either east or west. We started from, 146 east. That's almost as significant a milestone as crossing hemispheres. And I guess crossing 90 degrees west is also going to be a big one, because that will basically tell us that we're closer to the prime meridian than the anti-meridian. That will happen too. Okay, now at any time during the flight, fuel consumption rate in gallons per hour, 72. Total usable non-reserve fuel, 2 hours, 144 gallons has been burned, plus what we needed in the climb. $493 gallons remain on board, of which 443 gallons can be considered non-reserve fuel. A total of 156 gallons has been consumed. The distance flown at this time, 619 miles. The distance remaining, 1,253 miles. Is it possible to return to home base? It is 7:30, meaning that we are slightly less than 1 hour from being unable to return on one engine. And true altitude, 30,800. Actual ground speed from the previous site, I think I hinted at this, but I didn't dwell on it. So, we traveled 137 miles in 30 minutes. What this means is, if I turn the E6V, we have accelerated again. We're now doing 272 miles per hour. That's pretty good, considering we're in speed 4. The navlog says we should be doing 264, so that's right. And when we get to Mach 3, that's where things really take off. We're supposed to be doing 290 after that, and I think that's the peak, but it doesn't decline as quickly. Although I think the peak has shifted later in the flight because of the difference in time from when I planned the flight to when it's actually happening. Calculate wind direction and speed. little bit faster, so we picked up 6 miles an hour, so now I'm going to say it is about 220 at 50. Now we need to start preparing for the 1 hour 30 or 2 hour 30-minute fix, which is going to be 137 miles further along. Alright, so 2 hour 30-minute fix. Assumed position 30 degrees 54 minutes south, 97 degrees 42 minutes west. And a course of 107. So we need to pick a star that is about 287. Updating the time, this shot will occur at 7:54, and the location, the Skyview Cafe. Caus Australis is perfect. That is at 107 degrees. Altitude of 72 degrees, 39 minutes. So we can't use it for too much longer. Add 180 to that, and we get, or 90 to that, we get 197 or 17. Skyview Cafe. I think we're going to go with Atria this time. That's going to be at 181 degrees, so it's not ideal, but it'll get better as time goes on. 51 degrees, 48 minutes. Copy this information in. Okay, I have the shot time, or the shot offset, so we're going to clear the offset, clear star 1, star 2, and I want 107 degrees azimuth. And before we set the elevation, let's fix our position 30 degrees 54 minutes south and 97 degrees 42 west. Elevation 72 degrees 39 minutes. Alright, we're set up. Let's see how much time we got. 15 minutes. Looking at the weather, it kind of looks like the clouds might be coming up higher. Oh, yeah, that's supposed to happen. There's a ridge passing through the area, and it's possible that there might be a thunderstorm mid-flight that we would have to fly around. And then once we get through that, there should be another weather system on the other side that we're going to have at Robinson Crusoe. That one is forecast to unfortunately have a little bit more clouds, but still only broken at high altitudes and scattered to few at lower altitudes. So that is enough to consider a go for the flight. I love this angle because it's not like Spot, where it will stay level with the horizon. This one is locked to the frame of the airplane. And you can really see the up angle that we're at right now. You know, even in Speed 4, it's quite a significant up angle. Unfortunately, I had to turn one of my lights back on in my room because I'm getting that feeling that tells me I'm not going to make it through the night. So I need to start waking myself up again, and I have to. It's not for finishing this video. It's for the sake of actually waking up when I need to show up at work. What's going on here? Just a few weather changes. You know, maybe this is the ridge here and we're passing into the new system. If that's the case, I'm really happy because I'm not seeing many clouds to the northeast. That's like few want to be. Uh, 8 minutes to go. It kind of looks like we're pitched up. I can't see the clouds as well anymore. Oh, no, it's because the clouds are going away. That's what's going on. Okay, well, we might lose the, we might lose the ability to fly this way, unfortunately. So to go back in the cockpit. I mean, cloudless is good, but only if it persists all the way to Robinson Crusoe. At this stage in the flight, it's not as critical to have clouds around. It's really important when you're first taking off because you need to see where you're going. And it's pretty dangerous around like Easter Island because of volcanoes and stuff. That was pretty dodgy because, like I said, I couldn't see anything out the window because of my lights in the room. And whatever the heck happened with it's a freaking variable hurricane. It's like, okay, you have no wind. Oh, you have a 70 knot headwind. Okay. Now you have a 50 knot tailwind. Okay. 70 knot headwind. 40 knot crosswind. Oh my god, just stop. Just stop and take off like a normal plane, please. And you are a normal plane, so that shouldn't be happening. Alright. 6 minutes. I am muy feliz right now. A bit tired. But hopefully that will go away. I think takeoff was really stressful. So I'm hoping that the further I get from that event, the more I'm going to physically recover. Could you imagine what it would be like if the sky goes completely cloudless everywhere? I think it's done it once before. I think it was actually the last leg, if not leg 9. That was nuts. But if it happens again, it's going to be even more nuts. Because now we're between, 750 miles of water one way and 750 miles of water the other way. It's a lot of water. Actually, it's probably more than that. It's like 800 miles. Alright, we're about 3 minutes to go now. Well, what you see out the windows now are that's pretty typical for Eastern Pacific. Open up my earth.nullschool.net can tell us what the water temperatures are. So we're a little bit past Tot 2, so we're at about 97 west and 30 south. Let's see what the... ooh, there's some pretty big waves down there. 30 south, 97 west. Yeah. Really big. 14-foot seas. That's pretty significant. Let's see, sea surface temperature. Yeah, it's still 70 degrees. It's hanging on there. Let's see, when we get to Robinson Crusoe, it'll be down to, it'll be down to 64. It's falling fast. Still warm, but it's falling fast. For reference, back at Easter Island, it was 74. Alright, we're zeroing in on our shot time. And I have 0 clouds out the front. Fingers crossed that this is what it's going to look like coming into Robinson Crusoe. I know it's not that way IRL weather-wise, but you never know. It seems like FS Real WX is very accurate on wind, and I can't figure out what it does with clouds, but anyway. "30 seconds to shot time." Alright, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, starting the shot. And this is the 2-hour 30-minute fix. Yeah, it's pretty much 0 offset. go, 0 and marked. That was on time at 7:54. And let's see, it's not 107, it's 17 degrees. Alright, save. This is 2 hour 30 minute fix speed LOP. Basically what I'm doing when I say this is I'm plotting it in Google Earth. It's basically looks exactly like a carbon copy of what I have here, except there's a satellite image underneath of it. And you can, if you want to know where this is, you can just read the latitude and longitude right here, and that marks the coordinates of wherever this green circle is. Okay. Oh yeah, I need to get the shot time written in, so that's 7:54. Offset 0, and then atria, that is 181 degrees. Still got clouds out that way. And then 51 degrees, 48 minutes. Clear it, and this shot will begin at, or will center on 7:57. Go. Yep, I'm going to say that's 0. Alright, 7:57, we're now within 25 minutes of the go, no-go pull for 1 engine return, so we're getting really close. Alright, now it's looking a little bit further off. Yeah, that's right. Unfortunately, there wasn't a perfect course start. So, let's see, this is what, 20 degrees off? I think this needs to be advanced. Offset 0. East-west off course 0. Oh, geez. Well, that's really bad. Oh, cool, we got clouds on the horizon again. Alright, and I need to plot that too. And that's how I'm going to advance it. So, let's see, from the position that I was anticipating, that was 30, 55, 97. Alright, and it was 0 offset in 181 degrees or 91 degrees. So this is going to be 2 hour 30 minute fix course LOP. And now we wanted to know where we were when we took the last shot, which means we need to go backwards. 3 minutes has elapsed which means we want to go 14 statue miles back. And that's what we want. Then we turn parallel to 271. Save 2 hour 30-minute fix course LOP advanced 754. And then uncheck the unadvanced one. Cool. So we're pretty much right on course. Oops. Alright, doing my instrument checklist, or scan checklist. Okay, so 437 gallons remain in the tank, of which 387 are considered non-reserve. $180 gallons has been consumed in total. Fuel consumption rate is still 72 gallons per hour. Distance flown, just about 765 miles. Distance remaining 1,100. It is possible to return home to base. However, we will need to do a go, no-go poll before our next site. True altitude has not changed. We're at 30,980 feet. And let's get our actual ground speed. It should be the same because we were exactly where I thought we were. Oh, it says we covered 139 miles this time. I don't know why that keeps going up. I mean, it's supposed to, but I had a 0 offset, so that should still be, the same. But whatever. So apparently we're now traveling 278 miles per hour, which is as fast as a Mooney Bravo at full throttle. Alright, and the wind's pretty much unchanged, so that's the end of the instrument checklist. Next, I'm going to pick some new stars, so this will be for TOC 3. TOC 3 will occur at 8:24. Oh man, I'm itching to look at the weather, the satellite view to see if this clear sky is going to continue, but I can't do that because that's cheating. Alright, TOC 3. Get this one down. South 31 degrees, 9 minutes. West 96 degrees, 40 minutes. I really hope I haven't hit my second high yet, because if I did, I'm so much in trouble. Like the landing, oh my god, the landing would look worse than the takeoff. Not because of the wind, but because I'm not awake. In fact, I'm just curious to know, like, what would happen if I went to sleep and I woke up 5 hours later? Would the flight still be savable, or are we doomed at that point? We would probably be doomed, because we have to set the lower fuel setting. So I think once we go down to the cruise profile of 5, at that point I think the flight might be savable as long as you don't go too far up. No, I think the plane would just randomly walk. Yeah, I don't think it would be safe. Alright. Yeah, we just randomly fly in various different directions without a guiding hand. Alright, 31 degrees, 9 minutes south. 96 degrees, 40 minutes. So we're not quite yet to TOC 3. So we're still following the current heading, which is 107, which is 287 on Skyview Captain. We can use formal hot now, unless 87 and 91. Yeah. Caus Australis is still usable, but it's so high now. It's almost at 80 degrees. It's probably better to switch to a lower star because you lose accuracy on azimuth. So basically your azimuth is undefined when you're at the zenith. Alright, so formal hot is our speed star, and that's going to be located at 112 degrees and altitude of 22 degrees 39 minutes. So because it's 22 degrees in the east, basically means that it's just risen, and it would be one of those new things, you know, where it's like NEW exclamation point, and it tries to make you think, okay, why am I excited that this thing is new? You know, like, as opposed to new, comma, let's say you got a new elevator, right? New elevator. The elevator is what should be capitalized, not the new, because the new makes you feel like you're naturally attracted to new things, which I guess some people are. I'm not. And that's probably pretty obvious, considering what I'm flying and how I'm navigating right now. Okay. So 107, 187, which is 7. Ooh, perfect. Atria. Atria is exactly at 7. So that's 187 degrees and 51 degrees, 29 minutes. Okay. Copy this stuff in to my spreadsheet. Oh, wait a minute. Am I doing it again? No, 107's right. Something's wrong with my math. And I feel like that's the case because star azimuth last time was like way off. Oh, yeah. Yep. Okay. It's the first sign that I am getting sleepy is my mathematical aptitude is decreasing. Okay, so 107, 197. So we want 17. What's at 17? Neoplacidus. Neoplacidus is at 207. Wait a minute. No, 197 degrees. And it's at 18 degrees, 8 minutes. Okay. I'm really glad. This is why I copy things like 3 times, because by the time it gets in here, hopefully I would have identified anything wrong with it. Oh. We're coming up. 7 minutes to go until that pole. And we had better be ready, because as soon as that ends, it's time for the shot. Alright, so I have this one plotted. The offset was 0. That's good. So clear the shot, clear star 1, star 2, and updating location, 31 degrees, 9 minutes south, 96 degrees, 40 minutes. I think the blue lamp is actually doing the trick. For the first time in this flight, I'm actually feeling more awake than I was 5 minutes ago. Azimuth 112 degrees. Oh, it's all coming. So after that, the point of safe return is half an hour later, followed by the point of no return 20 minutes after that. which kind of seems small because it's supposed to be 40 minutes of reserve. Oh, every mile we fly is double what we have to return. Okay, so that's right. And then 22 degrees, 39 minutes for the elevation. Okay, we're set up. And I'm going to leave that up because I don't want to forget that I need to work on this. Alright, 4 minutes to the pole. I'm gonna just hop out real quick. Okay, there's still a couple clouds out there, but yeah, it's looking really empty. And yep, that's the Milky Way right there. That's so cool. Glad that's included. Alright, back to business. My heading a little bit. 2 minutes. One minute. Okay, 15 seconds. That's close enough. This doesn't have to be exact by any means. So, this is the go, no-go poll for the one engine return to Easter Island. After this point, it is impossible to return to Easter Island should one engine fail. Weather is as green as we can possibly be. The winds have been fair. There's been hardly any shear. The sky is completely clear. Visibility looks like it's at a maximum. Weather is go. Engine. Manifold pressure, RPM, oil temperature, oil pressure, fuel pressure, coolant, carburetor temperature. Wow, that's cold. Ammeter and voltmeter are all good. I haven't seen any concerning operational behavior in the engine, so that's go. The instruments, we are heading east. Yes, that's correct. Cross-check east. That's the direction we want to head. Suction's good at 2 inches. I always forget what that's the clock. Yeah. Full fuel tanks, other than the, oh shoot, we need to keep track of when we're switching this. 330 gallons. So 629. So when we get to 300, that's going to be several hours in the future. That's when we have to switch down, but we're good for the time being. Hydraulic pressure is good. Still getting reasonable airspeed. 30,800 for altitude. Climb indicator's good. Just check the good. Gyro instrument's good. So now instruments are good. Navigation. We're about to do this, so we need to keep moving through this quick, but we are as good as we could possibly be for navigation. We're ahead, we're on course. That's as good as you get. And boy, am I happy that this is happening on this leg, because this is the, like I said, this is the one that really matters. O2 oxygen pressure is 100%. Well, 500 psi, which I assume to be full. Fuel tanks, we check full, and we have just about 20 less than 437. So we have about 415 gallons left in the tank. That's it. We are go to proceed. And the shot is coming up in about 30 seconds. And this one we're expecting to be way off because we're ahead of Talk 3. And, okay, 10 seconds to the shot. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, starting the shot. This is the Talk 3 Speed Star Omaha. Looks like we got it. So, wow, we're a full degree ahead. That's 60 miles ahead of Talk 3. Holy cow. That's nautical miles too. We must have picked up an on-ramp to the jet stream. Did I enter that right? 31 degrees south, 10 minutes. 96 degrees, 40 minutes west. Yeah, that's right. Dang. 60 miles ahead. That's a good thing. Plot it. Actual time of the shot, 8:24. Okay, and the point of safe return, go, no, go, pull is going to be at 8:49. So that's like this shot, but 30 minutes ahead of time. But, you know, in the same relation that it comes right before the shot. Okay, next thing we want to go to Atria, but I need to plot this out real quick. So 60 at 100 and... what is our azimuth? 112. I have that off a little bit on Earth. 60 at 112. So I turn it to 22 degrees. Save, TOC, speed, LOP, TOC 3 speed LOP. I think what it is too is like I'm slowly gaining confidence the further I fly, because like I said, that cone, that aiming cone that we're shooting for, is getting smaller and smaller every time we succeed in this. Okay, I think I have all the information I need. I do. Okay, so we're gonna switch over to 197 or Atria. And 18 degrees, 8 minutes. Oh, not Atria, Neoplacidus. I copied this wrong into my log. 18 degrees, 8 minutes. I have the offset written down. Clear the shot and mark the star. Okay, so looks like we're finally showing off course now, but it's just 5 miles. Actual time of the shot, 8:27. See, this is probably something that my eye would be able to tell if I look at that star and I'm like, wait a minute, that's not the right color. Neoplacidus is orange, Atria is blue. Unfortunately, it's not simulated here, but, you know, that's the way it goes. Okay, offset is, looks like -5. So we're 5 miles off course. Yeah, -5. Okay. So that's going to be northwards. So from TOC 3, 5 north at, instead of 19 or 17, like we would have read on Skyview Cafe. 17, I had to actually zoom in with this one. 5 nautical miles. And we're going to turn it to 17 plus so 280, yeah, 287. Okay. So we're actually north of course, it looks like right now. Not by much though. Alright, so this is TOC 3 course LOP. Save. Alright, so now let's take a look at our aiming angle. But first, oh boy, okay, there's a couple clouds. Just a few. That's it. I was gonna say it is spooky empty. Okay, so 93 to 116 So now our heading drift full angle is 16 plus 7, or 23 degrees. Wow. Yep, see what I mean? Starting to grow. Yeah, this means we can now stray 12 degrees either side and make it. So we've essentially doubled our chances of making the island by doing that, or by getting this fix here. I am so happy right now. The real question is what's going to happen when we hit Mach 4, because that's when I bring the engines back and the plane just looks to dance around like drunk. All right, did I get that information down? Yes, I did. Have the offset. What am I doing? I am going into, yes, the instrument scale. Very convenient grouping of clouds there. Help me get back on track. I don't know what it is. Our airspeed is doing really good. And when I say really good, I mean it's not just doing 155. We're doing, I'm going to write that down. IAS equals 165 miles per hour. So that's not due to the temperature, because our indicated airspeed is always going to read the same. But what's going to change is our true airspeed with temperature. A different configuration is likely what's causing our higher speed. As for what precisely that is, I have no idea. Okay, let's see. Where are we to? We're right over the Rojavine Basin. We're a little ways from Podesta. Like an hour and a half from Podesta. I wonder if anyone claims to. I think someone does actually claim to own it. Let's see. Let's see who owns Podesta. Podesta is a phantom island reported at 32 degrees 14 minutes south and 89 degrees 8 minutes west by the Italian captain Pinocchio. I wonder if this has anything to do with the Disney tale of Pinocchio, of the vessel Baron Podesta. In 1879, claiming it to be just over a kilometer in circumference, located 1,390 kilometers due west of El Quisco, Chile. It was originally located 900 miles west of Chile's coast. The island was charted until 1935, when it was removed from charts, marked existence doubtful by Defense Mapping Agency's 1975 navigational chart. The island has not been found since. An island near Easter Island was sighted in 1912, but was likewise never seen again. Sarah Ann Island, northwest of Easter Island, was another island also removed from naval charts, when a search in 1932 failed to find it. Currently, the micronation Republic of Reno Island claims sovereignty over the Podesta Island. Yeah, the Republic of Reno Island. I don't know where that is, but congratulations, you own an island that most decidedly doesn't exist. I mean, to give you guys an idea, like there's like no chance. If I mouse over Podesta Island, the water's 11,471 feet deep. There's no island there. There's not even a table mount there's nothing. All right, I need to keep going with this. I left my checklist. Fuel consumption rate in gallons per hour, 72. We're now 3 hours into cruise, so that is 216 gallons plus the climb. So we're talking 228 gallons is the total fuel burn. $401 gallons remain, of which 351 can be considered non-reserve fuel. Okay, this is starting to get a little bit more fun. So the distance flown. Oh yeah. So let's consider the fact that we have gone an additional 12 minutes. So 55 further miles. So that's showing up as 948 miles traveled. Oh, 948 miles to go. We're exactly halfway distance-wise. And yeah, and time-wise. Wait a minute. No, it's still nearly an hour after the LOP intercept. Although TOC 7 most decidedly won't exist. Yeah, maybe we are halfway time-wise. This is as good as a place as any to be considered a halfway point. Okay, so that's interesting. We're halfway there. Interpolated position. Okay, I can do that. At this point, we are located at about 31 degrees, 40 minutes south, 94 degrees, 32 minutes west, in 11,904 feet of water, or above that, rather. What's going to do here? Is it possible to return to home base? Yes, but only on 2 engines. And very, very soon, as in 10 minutes from now, it's not a good idea. And then true altitude hasn't changed, 30,800 feet. True altitude, that wouldn't have changed. Let's do another ground speed estimate here. I'm showing 135. Oh, did we finally do it? Yeah, we finally slowed down. Okay. Now we're doing 270 miles an hour. And we're now between TOC 3 and 4. Okay, so now we are actually going slower than anticipated. I was expecting us to go about 290. We're doing about 270. Alright, well then. Did speed hack, wind direction and speed. And then we have the landfall chart. Oh, we're not there yet. not anywhere near that, unfortunately. Okay, so that's the end of the instrument checklist. So the next thing we need to do is start preparing for the TOC 3-hour, 30-minute fix. So we're going to expect to travel another 135 miles along course. So for the 3-hour, 30-minute fix, assumed location will be 31 degrees 57 minutes south, 93 degrees 19 minutes west. This will take place at 8:54. 31 degrees 57 south, 93 degrees 19 minutes west. Okay, so being between TOC 3 and TOC 4, we're now supposed to follow... Oh, shoot. We need to... Oh, man. That was close. I almost forgot to do this. It's a big change. It's 10 degrees. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, well, we're actually heading the direction we need to be right now. And that. So, stars are going to change up a bit. Our track is now 105 degrees. So 105 means we're looking for things that are going to be at 285 on Skyview Cafe. Unfortunately, I can't use any of the planets. To the left side, almost due east, are Pluto, Saturn, Jupiter, and Neptune. You can only use Saturn and Jupiter for navigation. They're not perfectly positioned right now. Fomalhaut is at 107. Yeah, that's the best one to use. (31 degrees 37 minutes). Okay. And then 105 goes to 195 or 15. we can use Atria again. Yes, see what I mean by the stars change? So because we're following a different heading now, that's going to change which stars become suitable. And Atria is moving eastward. Or sorry, yeah, it's moving westward, but we turned to be more northward. Anyway, this thing is at 193 degrees. 50 degrees, 42 minutes. Okay. Let's check our time here. Right, we got 4 minutes to set this up before the go no-go poll. So first one, Bonal Hot. 1-7. Second one, Atria. Okay, I have the last shot, and I have the last fix recorded. So clear the shot, clear star 1, star 2, updating our position to 31 degrees, 57 minutes, and 93 degrees, 19 minutes south, 107 degrees, and 31 degrees 37 minutes. Okay, we're good. And we got 2 minutes until the poll. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention too, with the go no-go poll for the line of 1 engine return. So we're also not single engine to Robinson Crusoe until 10:21, which means for the next hour and 33 minutes, if we lose an engine and we can't relight it, we're going to be a ditch. Alright, 1 minute to the poll. I'm going to start it now since it took pretty much the entire time we had for the shot. Okay, this is the no-go poll for the point of safe return at 8:49. Well, the point is actually at 8:54. Beyond this point, it should be considered a bad idea to turn back, and should only be done so in an emergency. First up is weather. Weather continues to be as good as it could possibly be. Hardly any clouds are present, and the winds are as expected. They are plenty sufficient to take us to Robinson Crusoe at this rate. Engine. Manifold pressure, tachometer, oil temperature, oil pressure, fuel pressure, coolant temperature, carburetor air temperature, ammeter and voltmeter are all looking good. No concerns from our engines. Engines are go. Instruments, heading indicator, we're heading east, east, east. Still got suction. Fuel gauges are still full at 30,800 feet. Good hydraulic pressure. Looks like about 175 miles per hour, so that's faster. Turn and slip is still working, and I know that because I saw it earlier. And our vertical speed indicator looks good too. Instruments are good. Navigation, we're over halfway. We know where we are. We've pretty much been right on the path the entire time. So no concerns from navigation at this time. O2, looking down, still reading full 500, and our fuel situation. So we're at 401, and it's been another 20 minutes. So that's going to be 24 gallons out, so we're now down to 375 gallons. So it's going to be about an hour and a half, and then we're switching off of the drop tanks to the main tanks. So fuel is go, and with that we are go to continue through the point of safe return. We are opting for no return at this time. "30 seconds to go until the shot starts." Five, 4, 3, 2, 1, starting the shot. This is the 3-hour, 30-minute speed fix using Foamapod. It appears that we do not have an offset. Or do we? Yeah, I think that's better. I think we had a 5-mile. Offset there. Oh, no, it's actually 0. Okay. That first time I mistakenly went up to the camera symbol and clicked it. Alright, so 107 minus 90 17 degrees. Hour 30-minute fix, speed elevate. So we're maintaining our speed of 270 miles per hour. Actual time of the shot was at 8:54. Offset in nautical miles, 0. Setting up for the next one, clear the shot, and we're going to 193 degrees. And we're going to do 50 degrees, 42 minutes. This one's going to be interesting because we did change orientations. It's weird. It's like sometimes the stars are bright and other times they're not. But anyway, this will be at 8:57. That diamond that's basically right up right up against the canopy there. That's crux, and A crux is the bottom part of the diamond, G crux is the highest part of the diamond. There's no offset here. We're still on course. This is incredible. Like I said, I'm glad this is the one. If there's one that you want it right, it's this one. Alright, so from 3155, 9320, 0 offset, 193 degrees. So that goes to 103 degrees. We're almost to Tach 4. Despite the fact that it's 3 hours, 30 minutes. We're like 20 minutes ahead. Alright, 3 hour, 30 minute fix course LOP. Offset 0. Okay, so the next thing that we're concerned about is the go no-go for point of no return, and that's at 9:11. For the time being, though, I'll do my instrument scan checklist. Okay, fuel consumption rate in gallons per hour, 72. Total usable non-reserve fuel. Let's see. $395 gallons, of which 345 can be considered non-reserve fuel. We have consumed at this point 234 gallons. For distance flown, we have flown let's see, how much longer has it been? 2 minutes, so that's 8 minutes. Will take us 36 miles. Which means we've flown 1,060 miles. And 825 remain. Currently, I believe us to be basically right over Top 4 now. 32 degrees, 4 minutes south, 92 degrees, 47 minutes west. Over 12,284 feet of water. Is it possible to return to home base? Yeah, it's possible, but at this point, it's a bad idea. And let's see, for this one, I'm going to get my average speed 136, so we might have gone up by 2 miles an hour. So now we're doing about 272. Alright, we got about 5 minutes to go. In that time, I think I'm going to get TOC 4 information plugged in. And then next break we get, I really need to drink, so I'm waiting for that point. Alright, the TOC 4 location. I'm having to scroll down, so that's a good sign that we're starting to get pretty far into the flight. 32 degrees 4 minutes south and 92 degrees 45 minutes west. This will occur at 9:24. Formal hot continues to be the perfect star. We'll be at 104 degrees. .38 degrees, 15 minutes. And then we need something about what will show up as 15 degrees, and it's Atria. Atria is at 196 degrees, 49 degrees. Six minutes. Okay, we still got 3 minutes. So I'm just going to keep pushing forward with my stuff here. So formal hot at 104 degrees. 38 degrees, 15 minutes. Alright, I have the offset recorded. I have the location recorded here. So, clear the shot, clear star 1, star 2, and updating to the new position. 32 degrees, 4 minutes. Pretty much moving due east-west at this point. And then 92 degrees, 45 minutes. Minute and a half to go. I think we can finish off the rest of this. 104 degrees, and the elevation 38 degrees, 15 minutes. .38, 15, 104 degrees. And we're expecting that offset to be rather large because, again, we're pretty ahead. We're almost half an hour ahead. Okay, and we got 40 seconds to go before the pull. That is by far the most important pull in the flight because it defines what we physically are unable to do, given our current situation. Not a hypothetical, current. And this one I will wait because we're a full 15 minutes from the next shot. Okay, it is 9:11 Zulu. This is the go, no-go pull for the point of no return. After this point, at 9:16, it is considered physically impossible to return to Easter Island, and it shall not be turned back to for any reason whatsoever, no matter how dire the emergency. Not even an alien coming by and telling us to turn around will we turn around, because we're going to end up in the drink if we do. So, weather. Checking weather. Winds continue to be fair and tailwind. We are almost cloudless. Which is very good. There's no signs of any trouble brewing ahead of us. So weather is go. Engine. No abnormal behavior detected in either engine. Manifold pressure is 32 inches. RPM is 2050 RPM, where it should be. The temperatures are good. The fuel pressures are good. The oil pressures are good. Every time I say oil, there's like something in the back of my throat that just scratches itself. I just need water. Coolant temperature is good. Carburetor air temperature is good. Ammeter, voltmeter are good. Engines are go. Instruments. Clock I saw is ticking. Suction gauge is good where it's supposed to be per what I've seen before. Direction heading indicator indicating eastward track. Our other heading indicator, as well as our magnetic compass, are indicating properly. We have full tank gauges because we haven't burned through all of the droppable tank reserves yet. We have hydraulic pressure. We have 30,720 feet in elevation or altitude, 175 miles per hour, which is really good. Turn and slip indicators working. And lastly, our vertical speed indicator is indicating correctly. So instruments are go. Navigation. Navigation continues to be as good as it can possibly be. We know where we are. We're basically right on course. That hasn't changed in a very long time, so I am extremely happy about that. And I can't wait to see what this looks like in the flight analysis. After all this is said and done, it's going to probably look pretty impressive. Unfortunately, we're at Tach 4, which means the changeover will be happening soon. And that usually means when we slow down, we're going to snake all over the place. But navigation is go. O2. O2 is still showing 500 psi. I guess I should be checking the blinker too. I see the blinker working. O2 is go. Fuel, full and full. And at this time, we know that we have about 380 or so gallons left in the tank. And it's going to be at least, I want to say, 2 hours before the droppable tank's empty, given the fact that we're about to switch to Speed Profile 5. With that, we are officially cleared through the point of no return. Robinson Crusoe, you are it. We've got just about 8 minutes to go, and I need to get me some refreshments. So, it's now 3 a.m. where I am, which means we're about an hour away from being able to see the deep blue light of astronomical twilight. And we're about 2 minutes away from our shot time. And the offset here is going to be really big, which is nice. Oh my gosh, we're probably at the WWII rise. That's good. Good progress. I'm gonna need some raw limes. That should wake me up. Minute to the shot. I just realized that's the last go no-go pull. 1 hour from now will be single engine cleared to Robinson Crusoe. That's not a go no-go pull. All that means is at that location or at that time we would be able to make it if an engine fails and can't be restarted. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Starting the shot. Okay, the large offset is expected. Okay, shot occurred on time at 9:24. Oh my gosh, we're less than 3 hours from arrival in Robinson Crusoe. It's hard to believe. Wow, 90 miles. Okay. So we continue to speed up, and that's nautical. Holy cow, we're actually closer to Talk 5 than Talk 4 now. So that means Talk 7 won't exist. Talk 6 will just barely get on there. So yeah, I think it's pretty safe to say at this point that the winds are being amazing right now. some really weird stuff going on with the heading now. This is where it starts to get dicey. Alright, that was talk for speed LOP. Okay to save. Alright, and I have it plotted in Google Earth. It's plotted here, and I have the offset, so we're going to clear it, and we're going to go to Atria, which is at 196. It's interesting. It seems to be updating the weather around the time that I'm taking the speed shot. I hope that's not causing any issues. I don't think it should. And then the elevation was at 49 degrees. 6 minutes. Alright, let's go. This one's already separated out. Okay. Alright, we are off course on this one. Just in time for speed 5 when we slow down and do loop-the-loops and everything. Alright, this is going to be 927. The reason we're off might not be because of my poor piloting skills. It might be a failure to connect the fact that I'm beyond Talk 4, which means I need to follow the Talk 4-5 leg. Which has its own magnetic compass setting to follow. Okay, so 15-mile offset. So we've actually drifted north, which is kind of surprising. I would have thought, if anything, we'd be drifting south because we've been excursioning over that way for a while. But anyway, all right, let's see. So it's not 196. It's going to be 16 degrees. We want to go off 15 miles. And then, let's see, we'll turn this to 286. Okay. Well, it's not as bad as you'd expect. Save talk for course LOP. The reason I say that is because if you look at how the lines cross, even though we have a 15-mile offset, the distance is so long that even the small difference in the fact that it's not a perfect course line, as in parallel to the course, means that by the time you get down to the cross, we're actually only 11 nautical miles off. So it's not quite as bad. But anyway, so let's see. We want to go to Talk 4 to 5, and that actually says to follow 77 degrees. So that's actually kind of surprising. So it's going to look like that. Alright, I do not have the offset. It is negative 15. Let's see. 15 miles off, that's only 10% missed. So that's not, as of now, that's not a major problem. Alright, we need to keep pushing through this checklist because it's almost time to move into Cruise Profile 5. So we're actually almost to Podesta Island, and we traveled 140 miles, so okay, we did accelerate. 140 miles in 30 minutes means we're traveling 280 miles per hour. So we have flown 1,160 miles and 710 remain. So we're about 2/3 distance-wise into the flight. Okay, fuel consumption rate 72. It's been 4 hours. Which means we've burned 300 gallons. $329 gallons remain. So we have about one hour, less than that, about half an hour or so on the tanks. You see what I did last flight. So we switched at let's see, looks like 4 hours 50 minutes after the top of climb. That sounds about right. Okay, so we've burned 300 gallons, 329 remain, of which 279 can be considered non-reserve. Is it possible to return to home base? No, it is not. Okay, still can't check the fuel gauges. We're not at that point yet. True altitude, 30,710 feet. Ground speed is 280 miles per hour. So that means we're good. So let's see, the nav log says between Mach 4 and 5. We're going to be traveling at 260. So we're 280. That's good. We're making up for the fact that we're going slower a little bit earlier. So that's that. All right, let me get set up for the 4 hour 30 minute shot, because once I induce the new speed profile, I'm going to be on the yoke a lot for the first couple minutes. So, let's see. Yeah, we're actually planning to be beyond Talk 5. We'll be expected to be at 32 degrees, 54 minutes, and 88 degrees, 43 minutes. And this is going to be at 9:54. Let's see, our direction is 104. So now we want something at 284. We use thermal hot again. That is at 99 degrees. And 47 degrees, 57 minutes. Then we add 90, so that's 195 or 15. Neoplacidus is too low now. We're gonna have to pick something else. I guess we're gonna have to go with Atria. Unfortunately, there's no perfect star here. Well, I guess we could look at northern stars. So we would need something around 15. That's 185, and let's see, Altair. No, 15 is 195. Deneb is too low. Okay. All right. We'll just have to settle for Atria again. $201 degrees for the azimuth and elevation, 46 degrees, 47 minutes. Alright, let me quick get this stuff in, because technically at Talk 4, that's when we should have switched over. And I am delaying it, which is going to wreak havoc with my fuel calculations. Alright, 15, actually it's negative 15, I have that. Just make sure that this is plotted, yes it is. Okay, clear the shot, clear star 1, star 2, and updating position 3254. .8843. And azimuth 99 degrees. And then 4757. Okay, we have 15 minutes to go. I think I can see, yeah, if I avert my eyes, I think I am seeing the beginnings of astronomical dawn, which is crazy. It's been a long night, but I think we're almost there. Alright, I've put this thing off long enough. So it is 9:41, so at 9:42 cruise transition four to 5. Wait, it's 42 now. 43 then. Alright, consulting my fuel profiles. So we're going to lower the manifold pressure, lower the RPM, then focus on the attitude indicator, trim, and then once we're stable, we'll fix whatever happens to our heading. So we're looking for a manifold pressure of 27 inches and 1900 RPMs. And we're going to slow down to about 130 knots or so to try to maintain altitude. We won't be able to, but we'll fall at about 100 feet per minute, so it won't really matter on the way down. Alright, I think we're pretty much coming up on the do not slow down anymore location. Basically, if we continue to slow down, we'll get into a configuration that has an increased risk for stalling, which I obviously do not want to do. So I think we're pretty much right about there. We're doing about 125, 130. I definitely don't want to get below 125. I think we've got it. So at this point, I'm going to now start the process of slowly trying to recover my heading. The key is slowly, because there's not much lift available at this point to keep us aloft. And it's kind of weird. It actually looks like we're climbing. You know, I wonder if that's because of the lower temperature is actually giving us better performance. If true, then that's really good, because as far as I'm concerned, we're going to lose altitude to about 28,700 feet. Oh, I see our oxygen is now starting to come down. We're about 470 psi. Alright, we have about 5 minutes to go until the time of the first shot. And I think we are stable here at cruise configuration 5. Let's see, so at this point we're beyond Talk 5, so we should really be doing the Talk 5 to 6 regime here, which is 83 degrees from from 77. Take these shots, and then I'm going to eat me some limes. Oh shoot, totally forgot about Podesta Island. If it exists, it would be about 47 miles that way. And I like that I have clear sky, because that allows me to route it out. No sir, it's just a big empty ocean. 1 minute until the shot. You know, it's weird. I'm not seeing the dawn light anymore. Yeah, that makes me wonder if I was just seeing something. Okay, 2, 1, starting the shot. And that kind of surprises me that we're actually still on track, because I did cut the engines. So that probably means that while we slowed down, we just picked up jet stream and accelerated, which I said is supposed to happen, but it wasn't supposed to happen here. It was supposed to happen back at Talk 4. And we're quite a ways east of that now. Speaking of which, at 88 degrees west, let's see, that is as far east as Yucatan, the Mississippi-Alabama line, Nashville, Louisville, Chicago, and well, there's nothing in Canada. It's just a big forest, so I guess Lake Superior, but it's the area up north of Superior. So yeah, we're getting into what is considered the, well, I guess it's still called Midwest, but it's really the central east sections of North America. Again, just trying to give you guys an idea of just how massive this part of the ocean is. Like, it just never ends. Okay, no offset. What is this? 4 hour, 30-minute fix speed LOP. Okay. Alright, and the next thing that I wanted to do is record this. So that was on time, 9:54, and it had an offset of 0. Alright, and oh, but I did not plot it. There we go. We have a shot. Next star, Atria, 201 degrees, 47, or let's see, 201, 46, 47. Okay, here we go. And I actually don't want to. I don't want to take my eyes off the front of the cockpit, even though I'd have to do that in real life, because I just don't want the heading to meander. So this is at 57. That's it right there. Okay, negative 15, so we're north. And I think this is, yeah, this is a lot bigger. Okay. So, yeah, that heading a little bit more northeast, yeah, that's not working out. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. So at 9:57, correction. 20 degrees right to intercept. And the only reason I'm not doing my procedure to figure out what the wind drift is because I'm pretty sure it's not the wind, and that's the problem, is that it's not because of the wind. It's just because, right, it was fine, and then as soon as it told me to turn off by 15 degrees, that's when I was having to move. So I think it's just the jet stream is fast, but it just so happens to be in a slightly different direction. Okay, so negative 15 is the offset. Let's see, still 10% miss. No, we were at 15 before. Okay, that's not so bad. All right, next event, single engine to Robinson Crusoe in about 21 minutes. In the meantime, I got to get this plotted. So, let's see, the position is 3255, 8845. There is 15 degrees of offset and it's negative. So it's going to be in the direction of 21 degrees for 15 nautical miles. And that becomes 111. This one needs to be advanced. 4 hour, 30-minute fix. Course LOP. And let's see, we need an advance of 3 minutes. And in 3 minutes we're going to travel 14 miles. So we need to offset 14 miles back, and that's statue. Then we're going to turn it parallel, so that's 201 minus 90, so that's 111. Alright, save. 4 hour 30-minute fix. Course LOP advanced. Uh, 9:54. And then I uncheck the one that isn't advanced, and now I have our true position. So we're off by 12 statue miles. That's actually not that bad. It's not bad at all. Okay, I can really start to see astronomical twilight now. It's coming from right there, so that's good. I know that's definitely right. So, let's see. Skyview Cafe. How much time do we have? Oh, a lot of time. So Skyview Cafe right now says that the sun is, dang, still 32 degrees below the horizon. Well, I'm surprised we can see anything from that. But it is in the middle of the ocean, so you never know. Okay, we need to go back to the checklist here. So, instrument scan. I guess I should check on my altitude. It looks like we're actually in level flight. I'm going to say that it has to do with the lower temperatures up here. It's just colder, and that's really helping us fly higher. Okay, watch for islands. We tried that with Podesta. There's nothing now until we get close to Alejandro Selkirk. We are not in the sight range for Alejandro Selkirk now. That's one more hour and we're still not going to be in it. So, yeah, no bother right now. Okay. Fuel consumption rate in gallons per hour at 72. I can just... Actually, no, it's not 72. This is the first time it's not. It's 44. So, we've been flying for... Let's see, we switched over at 9:43. It's 10:04. So we've used 1/3 of 1 hour. So that's going to be... let's see, 42 is divisible by 3. So this could be 14. 14 extra gallons compared with what we had before. So now we've burned 314 gallons. And that means that we are now with 315 gallons. So we are actually exactly half a tank right now, which is pretty good because we're considerably more than halfway to Robinson Crusoe. So 315 in the tank, 265 is non-reserve. Oh, this is really getting fun. Distance flown. It's looking really good. Let's see, how much further? About 10 minutes further along. Actually, more than that, like 12 minutes further along. So we're 55 miles beyond where we took the last sight. So we have flown 1355 miles. And we've got about 520 left. So we're about 3/4 of the way through it, which is good because I'm very exhausted. At least I'm no longer tired though. So you know when I was concerned that I wasn't going to hit, I was concerned if I had hit my second high. I didn't. I'm in it now. So I think we're good. It usually lasts about 4 or 5 hours. So I'm probably, let's see, I picked up around 2. So I'm probably good about until 7 a.m. 7 a.m. my time, which is about an hour after we're supposed to land. That's when I'm going down. Okay, what am I doing? Interpolated position. Oh yeah. I believe us to be at 32 degrees, 59.85, so 33 degrees, 0 minutes south, 87 degrees, 48 minutes west, in 12,000, or over 12,010 feet of water. Well, it's definitely time for eastbound and down now. We're into Alabama. Is it possible to return to home base? No. Update the fuel chart. Okay. We can't do that right now because the fuel gauges aren't down. However, we are down to 315 gallons burned, which means that in 15 more gallons from the time that I checked, which was, what was that? That was the last site. So we have, in 15 gallons, the auxiliary tanks, the drop tanks will be empty. And we're 44 gallons per hour, so 20 minutes. So 20 minutes after, I'm going to add a note, switch off the drop tanks at speed 20 minutes beyond. So 54:04:14. We have 5 minutes to go. Okay, every checkpoint, calculate the true altitude. Well, actually, we're not in an official checkpoint right now, because we just went through 4 hours, 30 minutes. Next official one is TOC 5. I don't think we've seen TOC 5 before. Anyhow, you know, at this point, I think we should actually use TOC 6 as the location for TOC 5. We're almost 1 hour ahead, which is good. So that theoretically means a 6.5 hour flight instead of 7 hours, 15 minutes. Okay, so let's get this started. So TOC 5, we're going to use the position of TOC 6. And then at TOC 6, we'll basically, I think at TOC 6, we'll take one more speed shot, and then we'll prepare for the LOP intercept at that point. And then that's when things get really, really intense, because you're like, okay, as soon as dawn breaks, you're looking for Alejandro Selkirk. Okay, 33 degrees, 22 minutes south. And then 85 degrees, 52 minutes. And then the time is 10:24 and daily position. So I don't think 105 is working for us again. I kind of want to switch back to where we were at before. Oh wait, no. I'm thinking of heading, not ground track. Okay. .105 it is, which is 285. Formal hot's really getting up there. I remember when it was low to the horizon. It's at 56 degrees now. So 274, that's 94 degrees. Not ideal, but it's going to have to do. And then 56 degrees 37 minutes. And then off of that, 105, 195, 15 is where we need the next one. Yeah, Neoplacidus is disappearing. Alright, so we're going to have to go with Atria again. To 3 degrees. Yeah, we're going to have to advance again. 43 degrees, 57 minutes. I'm really glad that I took the liberty of advancing LOPs when I didn't have to, because now I have to, and it matters. We get this information copied into the Celestial navigation log now. Lastly, we'll get it in here. So 15, negative 15, I have that offset. I'll just make sure I have the talk. Actually, that wasn't the talk, that was 4.5 hours. We have that, so clear the shot, clear star 1, star 2, and update position. 33, 22, 85, 52. Alright, 94 degrees. And 56, 37. 33, 22, 85, 52, 94 degrees, 56 degrees, 37 minutes. Okay, we're all set up, and we've got about 7 minutes. Lime time. Really starting to brighten up over there in the east. Let's see what we're at now. 25 degrees. Okay, sun's coming up pretty fast. At this point, I could, and this high up, maybe that, that's what it is. It's not where the sun is over us, it's the fact that we can see forward 200 miles. And forward 200 miles, the sun is at minus 18 degrees, right? Because it's 3 degrees, roughly 3 degrees of longitude. Actually, at our latitude, it's probably 4 degrees of longitude. So when the sun says that it's at 25, it's really at minus 21. And not only that, we're talking about the atmosphere. I can see even further than that. So yeah, 2019. Yeah, we're coming into it now. About 3.5 minutes to go. Yeah, we're getting better performance numbers. We're at about 140 indicated. Oh, you know what it is? Yeah. I think I was wrong about only true airspeed changing. I think it does actually impact indicated airspeed, because the way indicated airspeed works, you have a tube in the air and you're measuring impact pressure, and that depends only on pressure. Whereas how well the plane flies, like how much lift the wings get, is a density function. So if it's colder, it means that you fly better at the same airspeed. So we climbed, we didn't descend. And because of that, we're getting to go faster. That's good. So that probably means we're going to get there even sooner than I thought, which was already very soon. One minute. Alright, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, starting the shot. This is Talk 5 using Talk 6's position, so we're going to be a little bit behind here. Actually a lot. 56 to 55.35. That's 60 miles back. So it means our offset, first the time, 10:24. Offset is going to be minus 60. So minus 60 at 274. And change that so it's 184. That's our line of position. That doesn't look good. That looks really, really slow. Way slower than I was expecting. Alright, this is Talk 5 Speed LOP. Now I need to change that stuff fast because we're going to have to advance. 60, got it. Clear the shot. 203 degrees now. $43.57. Okay, it's good. And this will be for 10:27. So we'll need to advance it, but I need to get a new speed hack in order to advance it. Oh, I forgot to switch tanks. Well, that's what happens when you don't pay attention. Okay, so that's being written down 10:28. Forgot about the tanks. they were emptying and altering engines. I think that goes without saying. That was really scary because, well, no, we are within the single engine to Robinson Crusoe. So if we lost one engine, we should be able to make it now. But yeah, way out here, no clouds, completely dark between two big islands. I was hoping when I hit 12,000 feet, I'm like, oh cool, we're not gonna fall. But man, how did I get distracted? I guess I started eating. I was distracted by those limes. They were so good. Okay. So it's 10:28. Drop tank to reserve. And we know for certain drop tank really equals 0. Yeah, that stinks. The POH says never run a tank dry, so that's a little bit of an embarrassment, but whatever. It is what it is. I'm actually surprised though that it did start to come down, because like it uses the drop tanks till they're empty regardless of whether or not you switch to them before they actually run out. So it's just confusing. So this is showing positive 15. That's concerning. So it's not so much that we slowed down as it is. Oh, wait a minute. I'm forgetting. Let me plot it out first. 203 and it's positive. So I need to go out 15 miles at 203. And then it's going to swing to 290. Oh, that's suddenly not looking so bad after all. Talk 5 horse LOP. Alright, now we need to advance this thing. So it was 3 minutes. Actually, we can't do that yet. We need speed. 102, so that's 204. Oh my god, that is slow. Alright, I'm gonna have to check on that, because that's almost scary slow. So, what is it, 3 minutes? 10 miles is what we got to advance it to. So, in the direction of flight, let's see, 10 miles, and then 113. Okay, save talk 5 horse LOP advanced. 1024. Okay, so we're going 206 miles per hour, and the flight plan says that we should be doing 270. So it looks like either something is wrong with my calculations or the jet stream just turned off. I'm really hoping that my calculations were wrong, because we've got 400 miles to go, and I really hope that we're not 2 miles and 470. We're not 2 hours from beginning a descent. That's we knew at 1028 for sure we had exactly 300 gallons or 250. So we have 5 hours from 1028 until we go on reserves. Okay. I think we'll be alright, but that's just annoying. Just make sure I got the position right. 33, 20, 85, 50. Alright, we need to get set up for talk 5.5. I don't know what I'm doing at this point, other than I need to just keep taking celestial sights every so often until I get to 954. So, wait, what was I just saying? Until I get to the LOP intercept. And I just realized we drifted majorly south, which means, okay, 1037. Actually, I need to do this right now. So, I'm going to run my calculation because what I did before didn't seem to work, and I don't want to screw this up. So, we're going to run a wind correction. Wind correction to parallel. Find the distance off course on the outer scale. It's about 20 miles now, and then the distance since you were last on course on the inner scale. So, it's only 100 miles. So that's 12 degrees plus 6 degrees. So that's going to be 18 degrees. 1039. Correction. $18 degrees left to intercept. We're going to get in a whole lot of trouble if we start going towards the south. I really don't want to do that. Alright, so next we have 103 miles further along the course. So we're going to say that the 5-hour, 30-minute fix is going to be at 33 degrees 27 minutes south, and then 85 degrees 20 minutes west. So I got the time updated. I just need to update my position in the sky view cabinet. So now our track oh, wait a minute. No, south is good to where I went. So we just want to parallel at this point. At 10:42, correction, 6 degrees right to error 11. Alright, so we're now traveling on a course of looks like 85, and the flight plan says 85 as well. So that is something that is going to show up as 265. We can use divduct. That's at 268, so that's 88 degrees and 36 degrees 35 minutes. Okay, and then for a second star we want basically 355 or thereabout. Theoretically we could use Peacock. There's nothing better. Peacock is at 189. This turning tendency is so frustrating. You know, you look away to record the stuff, and by the time you look back, it's already done its magic. $66 degrees, 20 minutes. Alright, now I gotta get this stuff copied in. Things were going so well until we transitioned to cruise speed 5, and then it's just like, just all getting crazy. Like, I don't know what the situation is, other than I don't like where our heading indicator has been going. Well, our compass has been going. But I have no idea whether or not we're on course or going crazy. And now is not the time to go crazy. I need to arrive at the LOP intercept where I expect it to be, or it's not going to work out the way I was hoping. Okay, final copy. This joke, I have this down and offset of positive 15. I got that too. So clear the shot, clear star 1, star 2, and we're going to $33.27. 85. $20. I copied down 85.50 the last time. This trim wheel is so stupid. It's like I'll introduce one click of correction, and it's like, okay, you're going spinning to the left. So I'm trying to think now. So if I was at 85.50, that would mean we were at top 6. Oh, wait a minute. No. Nope, that's right. It's just this time we're not expecting an offset. Dang it. I was hoping I found a solution to my math errors that would basically cause us to suddenly speed up, but it doesn't look like that's happening as of now. Alright, so the azimuth is going to be 88 degrees. I hate this stupid fishtailing business. 88 degrees, 36 degrees, 35 minutes. Okay. We're ready. And we got 5 minutes. The good news is, I think half an hour after this, it might be possible to see Alejandro Selkirk. So we're starting to get close to where I'm starting to open up the possibility of looking for islands. The sky's looking really good right now. This is downright classic for the Eastern Pacific. Cold water, hardly any moisture in the air. Dry air. No clouds. The only thing that stinks is the sea. The sea height is massive right now. Hoping there's a positive offset. That means we've gone ahead. If there isn't, I'd be a little bit concerned. Alright, so we got a minute or so from the shot. So, at this point, let's do a fuel tank assessment. So, it's 10:52. I can actually see the fuel position now. So remember, our mains are still full and our reserves incorrectly drained. Looks like they're 45. So we started from 54. So we're 18 gallons down from where we nearly lost the engines. So 18 gallons in, I got 30 seconds. 18 gallons in 24 minutes. That means we're burning 45 gallons per hour. And I was expecting 44. So that's good. That's why I don't like 4, 3, 2, 1 starting the shot. Oh man. We're going slow. Yeah, that's why I don't like the fact that our drop tanks don't have gauges on them, right? Because I can't assess what my fuel burn rate is. But right there, I just got peace of mind that we are indeed burning 45 gallons per hour. And now I know how much is in the tank because the gauges say it, and we basically ran the tank dry. Alright, 88 goes to 358, so just drag that out. Save 5 hour 30-minute fix speed LOT. Okay, that was on time at 10:54. Offset +5. That's actually good. We may have picked up some speed there. Even just 5 is all it takes to potentially increase speed. Okay, and I have that written down and plotted. So we're gonna look over to 189. Oh no. Look at the turn and slip indicator. You see that swinging? That means that something crazy just happened with the winds. Let's hope it's a good thing and not a bad thing. 189, 66 degrees. Minutes. Alright, I got it. Clear the shot and go. Oh, thank goodness. We're somehow still on. Oh, thank goodness. Okay, this puts so many fears to rest right now. Basically, what this is telling me is that I'm still on course. As hard as that is to believe. Okay, this is at 10:57. This is in the direction of, give me a positive offset. +5 at 188. .278. Save 5 hour 30-minute fix course LOP. Yep, and then confirm it's +5. Okay, so actually, those lines seem pretty parallel to our actual course. I do not consider it fruitful to update or to advance the LOP. I don't think it's necessary. Alright, offset +5. That looks really good. Our original goal or anticipated LOP intercept was at 11:26. We're talking really soon. So we just traveled 109 miles in half an hour. Means our current speed 218 miles per hour. So if I extrapolate out another 109, what we should do, and then from there it's going to be 15 minutes to the LOP intercept. Okay. So what we should do is we should do the TOC 6. We're going to do the TOC 6 fix, but use TOC 7's coordinates. We'll be a little bit off, and those will tell us that we're approaching the LOP intercept's position. And then wait, no, that's not half an hour. It's closer to 15 minutes. Yeah. All right, we'll do the TOC 6 fix using the TOC 7 coordinates, and then we'll immediately switch over to LOP intercepts. Because if we stray south of course, like as a hypothetical scenario, let's say from where we are now, some disaster happens. We strayed 15 miles south of course. Well, at that time, we've actually already passed the LOP intercepts. So to be honest, we're almost at the point where we should just start using ENO. Okay. Time to go back to my instrument scan checklist here. Oh, I didn't plot this guy. There we go. So, almost right on course. And a lot slower than we were before. Ooh, starting to get some more light in the sky. So I see the sun reflection, and it's 4:45. You know what? I'm going to actually take a look outside my window, just to see what it looks like outside. See how close it is to what we're seeing here. Pretty dang close. You know what the really cool thing is? I can actually see Jupiter and Saturn out there. It's a clear sky. I can see Jupiter and Saturn outside and on Skyview Cafe. So I'm actually able to picture the sky that I'm using to navigate. And that's exactly what's outside. My only regret is that I don't have a glass wall, so I can just literally look at the stars and be like, okay, that one's zenith, you know, and then let's see. I guess I can't see Crooks because I'm in the northern hemisphere. You should be able to see Atria, though. Okay, it should start getting really easy to navigate now, because this is the point where astronomical twilight starts to wrap the plane. Alright, so we still managed to stay above 30,000 feet, which is pretty good. Watch for islands. Alejandro Selkirk is 3,000 feet high. I'm going to try it. Probably won't succeed, but I'm going to try. Yeah, I can't see anything right now. I think it's worth a shot now. Okay, let's see. Fuel consumption rate in gallons per hour, 45 by observation. Total usable non-reserve fuel. So by calculation, it would have been $300 at 10:28. What time is it? It's 11:05. So if we say it's 11:08, that'll move us forward 40 minutes. So 2/3 of 45 is 30. So that means we should have about 270 left in the tank. 220 is non-reserve fuel. So let's see, if I take 270 and subtract out of the mains, that's 186. That leaves us with 84. So 84 is going to show up as 42 over 42 in the reserves. Yeah, that's, I mean, maybe 41 over 41. That's good. Okay, so I'll write another one down here. So 1107, full and 41. So let's see, that's saying that in 15 minutes we burned 8 gallons. 8 times 4 is 32. Maybe. That might not be long enough time to actually be able to develop a reasonable amount. Anyway, alright, so the amount of fuel consumed, that's 630 minus 270. We've consumed 360 gallons. Distance flown. So at this point, we've moved on, I think 15 minutes. Yeah, 15 minutes from our original position. It's about to start getting bright really soon. So let's see, at our current speed, let's it's been 15 minutes, so we would have been about 55 miles further along. We've flown 1,555 miles. Which means 317 remain. We're 5/6 of the way through this thing. It's good. So expecting LOP intercept at 11:26. So that's going to be 16 minutes from now. And in 16 minutes, we can travel 59 miles. So it looks like we have actually fallen behind due to winds quitting. So that's a little bit unfortunate. So we're going to be about 20 minutes behind LOP intercept. Which is a little bit concerning because, and there was no warning that this give out was going to occur, but that's a little bit concerning because I don't want to lose my celestial navigation markers before we get too close, because I am paranoid to no end about seeing the island, and then when you get closer, it's going to be like, oh, we need to update your weather now. It is overcast at 300 feet with 2 miles visibility. You know, just at that point, I'd be beating my head into the yoke so hard that the plane would probably dive into the ocean. Anyway, I say a lot, but that's mainly because I'm tired. Continuing on through the list, is it possible to return to home base? No. Even if I check the unlimited fuel, no, it's not possible, because I'm going to keel over and fall asleep before then. Okay, we just had a fix, so it's not a true waypoint, so we're not going to do every checkpoint during the flight. And I did calculate the ground speed. So, by the way, a ground speed of 205 means that there's no wind whatsoever. There's no wind, or there's no wind component that's active. So it is pretty interesting to think about it. You know, it's being theoretically undefined. But anyway. So we're doing 218, and without wind it's 205. So we've definitely exited the jet stream. It's basically showing me that the magnitude is 14 knots, which is quite low for 30,000 feet. It looks like things have finally settled out on our heading. Thank goodness. Okay, we need to get ready for the next event. So in 30 minutes we're going to travel 110 miles. So 110 further out puts us at, let's see, Tox 6. Oh no, I'm not going to. I was extrapolating out. No, what I'm going to do is take the Tox 7 point. Yeah, that's not. Okay, so Tox 7 is going to be located at 33 degrees 52 minutes south and 82 degrees 22 minutes. Okay, heading is giving me problems again. So this will occur at 11:24. We'll be going into nautical dawn, or going through nautical dawn into nautical twilight. Astronomical twilight is well underway. That's just 10 minutes from now. So any minute from now, that sky should be turning that weird purple color. That means it's about to suddenly get bright. And it's about time. This has pretty much been an endless night. But the good news is, navigation-wise, it's been superb. Probably, no, without a doubt, my best one yet. I mean, I've had ones that were 100% accurate before, and when I say 100%, I mean where I didn't have to make course corrections, but that's not really navigation, that's like flying the plane. So far, we haven't had any issues. Anyway, I need to get those numbers in. So 85 degrees. We're going to use DIFTA again. DIFTA's at 264 or 84 degrees. And 42 degrees, 15 minutes. And then another star, 85, so 195. Or 175, which will show up in Skyview Cafe as 355. Let's go with Mia Placidus. I know it's pretty low, but it won't really matter anyway soon because we're going to be using ENIF for our LOP intercepts. And that's going to be at 179 degrees. 13 degrees, 21 minutes. So you know how I said on the Robinson Crusoe, I believe I'm going to reach the bottom of my notes page? I have room for one more entry, and that's it. I've hit the bottom of the page. Alright, star 1, DIFTA, get this information in here. Second star, Mia Placidus, 179, 13 degrees, 21 minutes. I might do like a outbrief section. I know this video is going to be extremely long. I need to look up what my YouTube video length is, but I might have to do a B-roll for this leg here. Because it's just too long. We'll have to see. But I think it would be pretty cool to be able to show you guys what the Celestial Navlog looks like when it's like completed. Because to date, I've only shown you like the ones, not the template, but the bare empty log that I fill in. So it would be cool to actually show a completed log. Oh, figure. I didn't update the position on Skyview Cafe. All my numbers are wrong. Alright, fix that for me. Now, I have the offset down, and I have this position plotted. So clear the shot, clear star 1, star 2. And now we're going to plug the numbers in here. So that's going to be 33 degrees, 52 minutes south, 82 degrees, 22 west, then azimuth 84, .45 degrees, 14 minutes. Alright, I think we're good. 90 seconds until the shot starts. And I think that Alejandro Selkirk is above the horizon, but it is just a little bit too dark to see it right now. Give it 5 minutes, it should get much brighter. In fact, I have enough time. I'm gonna go take a look outside again to see how bright it is now. Oh yeah, it's way brighter than last time. It's actually getting hard to see the dimmer stars. So any minute now in the simulator it should really start to get bright. Okay, shot in 20 seconds. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Starting the shot. You gotta be kidding. It thinks that the sun is up. It's still pitch black. Alright, I think we got it. Alright, so we got an offset of negative 35 miles. So that's expected that it's negative. So that's where we are. And that's at 84 degrees. So we're going to look at 264 out 35 miles. That's going to be 354. Going to turn into an LOP. Uh-oh. Oh my gosh, wind. This is Mach 6. Speed LOP. Take down, the actual time was 11:24. Shot was negative 35 miles. So that's done. It's plotted and going for the second star, 178. $13.53. Now, if it were simulated, I could just add some diffraction figures to correct for the fact that I'm now shooting something under 1 hour, which is not advised, but it should be okay. Oh, that's good. Yay! This is where I wanted to be absolutely on course, and it looks like I'm reading that I am. So this is like the most critical phase where it comes to being on course, because this is where you pick up your LOP. Alright, I'm declaring it to be 0. And it did finish, so it's 11:27 is the official shot time, offset 0. There we go. Okay, so 0 at 178 means, yeah, 268. There we go. Okay, so save. talk 6, course LOP. Okay, drag it up. And let's see, we are 52 miles from LOP intercept. In the last half hour, we traveled we sped up 128 miles in half an hour. We're going 255. Welcome back to the jet stream. So at 255, let's see how far we have to go until LOP intercept. LOP intercept is 51 miles. That's going to be expected in exactly 12 minutes. Expecting LOPI at 24:36. So 11:36. Okay, that's it. I have the shot in here. Make sure I have all the information. This is pretty much it. I think we are closing out. That means we're moving on to the LOP. Boy, that scared me. Okay, so moving to the LOP, the chart has become current at 100 nautical miles out, or however far it is. Prepare for landfall. Do not initiate descent until land sight happens. It works with only one body visible, and resuming the charts. Yep, here we go. Set the assumed position to the destination. Okay, the position of Robinson Crusoe is 33 degrees south, 40 minutes, 78 degrees west, 56 minutes, what time is it? It's 11:31. Okay. So checking out my landfall chart, 11:31. We can get 11:36. That will give us an azimuth of 354. Azimuth 354, elevation 46 1/8. So 46. And what is 1/8 of 60? It's like 7.5. So we'll use 10. And this will be at 11:36. 33 degrees, 40 minutes south. Ah, finally it's turned purple. (78 degrees, 56 minutes), 354 degrees, and 46, 10 minutes. Okay, that's correct. Alright, so we're going to take the shot, see if it lines up. We're only 10 minutes late, which is honestly not that bad considering the length of this flight. Searching for islands again. By the way, we are now confirmed, per the last site we took, we are confirmed in range of being able to see Alejandro Selkirk. It is about 130 miles away. So very... I think I have a shoreline. It's too close, though. What did Newt Gunray say? I don't like this. This is too close. Actually, not really. And that is increasingly looking like an island. It's triangular in shape. Just like Alejandro Selkirk. And we're northwest, so we're heading, it looks like a triangle from our perspective. From the northwest of it. What's our heading? Let's do east. Okay. Oh, it's time. 10 more seconds. So, this will help me confirm whether or not it's Alejandro Selkirk. Four, 3, 2, 1. Starting the shot. Okay. I am very happy with what I'm seeing here. Okay. So I'm seeing 46 degrees in 20 minutes. That means that we're in the direction of, 354. So I'm going to go north from Robinson Crusoe in 354 for 10 nautical miles. 10 nautical miles at 354. And now I'm going to swing this other end out from 354 to 84. And we have an offset of 10 nautical miles plotted star 1. Okay, so what we figured out is we're almost on the line of position. So we're just 10 miles off. And that was done basically when we got to the LOP intercept. So I think we're good to go. Alright, save enif LOPI check. $11:36. Okay, so let's see. Our magnetic deviation is 10 east. So where we are now, the LOP intercept that I just took, it's showing that we're due west of Alejandro Selkirk. And 10 east means that we're really at 80 degrees. So right now, we should see Alejandro Selkirk under the nose. Boom. Done. That is it. Barring, at this point, barring some sort of crazy weather update at the last second, it's done. We have acquired Visual contact Alejandro Selkirk. Writing that down. (11:38). Identified Alejandro Selkirk. Alright, let's see what our fuel situation looks like right now. So we are at 30:30. What time is it? 11:39. Full and 30. So let's see, that gives us 186 plus 60. So that's like 240 gallons. And 240 gallons, we've got like 5 hours of fuel. So this is, the sun has risen. We can make South America now. So let's see, that I think that happened exactly the way I was hoping for it to, right? So we're 10 miles north of the actual LOP intercept, which meant if I continued on my flight plan, which was to hold magnitude 67, actually the flight plan is way off because of the winds. But I knew that, thank goodness. So I think that happened pretty much exactly the way I wanted it to, minus the whole wind issue, you know. I was kind of a little bit irritated that we lost the wind, but it doesn't matter. We definitively know where we are. We bridged the treacherous... How big is this gap? The treacherous 1,766 mile island gap in the Pacific, the scariest one. And like I said, we're going to be able to make South America. And there, on the horizon, that's Robinson Crusoe, just now coming up over the horizon. So beginning of descent is actually at Alejandro Selkirk. And you can see actually the triangle is actually not its true shape, but it's actually the profile view that we're seeing now as the volcano that's there. I need to write this down. 11:43. Identified Robinson Crusoe. So I think it took so long for me to find Alejandro Selkirk because it was just plain dark, you know. Alright, it might be bright enough now for us to flip off this bright light here. Yep. I'm good with that. We'll just keep heading towards Alejandro Selkirk, because that's our beginning and descent point. And again, all of this was very intentional. Alright, let's see if we can get an ETA. So at 11:36 we were 185 miles out, and I believe us to be cruising right now. So 185 miles will take about 43 minutes. So ETA, Robinson Crusoe, is 45 minutes past 45 minutes past our LOP, which was 11:36. $12:21. $11:46. We can actually take another LOP shot right now. All we got to do is just update. We need 4554, and 350 degrees for the azimuth. Clear the shot and go. It's kind of weird that the offset is now showing up as 20. You know what it is? It's because it only lines up with Alejandro Selkirk at one time of the day, and after that it shifts. Oh, that's beautiful. Now, it's kind of weird, you know, you would expect, oh, well, it's so small, you know, we got to be really far away from it. Surely it's not time to descend, but I assure you, as soon as we pass Alejandro Selkirk, it'll be time to descend. It is no joke how small Robinson Crusoe is. love that deep blue color. So, yeah, right here, sea surface temperature 64 degrees. I do really like that the sun is rising over the island. Not only is that extremely poetic, but it's also gives us a way to celestially navigate, because we have a vector straight to the island now. I have to say though, you know, the forecast was calling for like broken 10,000 and few 2,000, so wow, we must have really timed it right. It's crazy, I didn't know at the time, but the clear sky, when it broke, it really did last all the way to Alejandro Soker. Oh my gosh. You see what I mean by these weather updates? You know, sometimes they're just insane. Other times they're okay. But this is the kind of stuff that's been happening basically the entire trip. Where, you know, the heading gets all jacked up. It looks like we're climbing now, too. How is that even possible? Yeah, we're climbing. Okay. So if we're climbing, it means that suddenly we have more airspeed, which would have been caused by a decrease in tailwind. Yeah. So basically what's just happened is we lost even more tailwind. Look at these beautiful high-res textures of Alejandro's Selkirk Island. And it's incorrect. That blue spot that looks like ocean, that doesn't exist there. It's one solid hunk of rock. And it's got drainage channels all over the place. Alright, so from the Wikipedia page, Alejandro's Selkirk Island, previously known as Mas Afuera, which literally means farther out to sea. That's not a bad name. And renamed after the maroon sailor Alexander Selkirk, is the largest and most westerly island in the Juan Hernandez archipelago, the Valparaiso region of Chile. It is situated 100 nautical miles west of Robinson Crusoe Island in the southeast Pacific Ocean. The archipelago was home to the maroon sailor Alexander Selkirk from 1704 to 1709, and is thought to have inspired the novelist Daniel Defoe's international Robinson Crusoe in his 1719 novel about the character, although the novel is explicitly set in the Caribbean, not in the Juan Hernandez Islands. This was just one of several stories from the period that Defoe would have been aware of. To reflect the literacy lore associated with the island and attract tourists, the Chilean government renamed the place Alejandro Selkirk Island in 1966. So there you go. Yeah, 4,160 feet. It's quite an island. It's 7 miles long, 4 miles east. So for an island of those dimensions to have a 4,000 foot peak, that's pretty impressive. And literally the entire island is a very steep mountain. 12 o'clock, Alejandro Selkirk. Whoops, too much. Okay, so that's that. So let's see, how far? So about 2 lengths of Alejandro Selkirk Island beginning in the sun. So we have a little ways to go, but it's almost time. So I'm going to queue it up. Oh, that's pretty cool. There's a rock on Alejandro Selkirk that has a hole in it. Alejandro Selkirk Island is the emergent summit of a submarine shield volcano that formed during the Pleistocene epoch. Dating of, I guess it's pronounced epoch. Dating of rocks on the island show that it is the youngest of the Juan Fernandez Islands at an age of 1 to 2 million years old. Due to its young age, the island shows little evidence of erosion. According to some early reports, now disputed, about 37 miles southwest of the island is the submerged Sefton Reef, almost reaching sea level, and 47 kilometers to the northwest, Yosemite Rock. And Podesta Island, once reported to lie further to the west, is a Phantom Island. So how about that? So they're associating Podesta with this place. Look at these Barty colors. Love it. Wow. That's a good profile view. You can kind of see the river coming down there. It's way more detailed on this side. So basically the way Alejandro Selkirk Island works is it's just basically a wedge, like something that you'd see in a door stopper, and the door would be basically where the P38 Lightning is. It's just a wedge that climbs up to the west and then immediately falls off 3,000 feet to the into the Pacific. All right, I'd call this 2 lengths away. Time to descend. .1204. Initiating descent. And it's supposed to be 10 miles after. We're doing 2.5 miles a minute easily. So it's time. Alright. Here we go. Descent throttles 15 inches. Prop governor's 1600 RPM. And that is the end of the longest cruise that we will have to do to make it. Oh my gosh! Is that what I think it is? No, I don't know what I was seeing. Some wacky stuff going on out there. I think it's just an effect of the light. I have to say that I am not disappointed by what I was expecting from the Eastern Pacific. This is quite a sight. Alright, so that's it for the checklist until we get down to 12,000 feet. See how we're doing time-wise. 12:06. Yeah, we're not going to get there in 15 minutes. There's no way. Looks like the stars are almost about to disappear. Sun just rose. Alright, so our runway on Robinson Crusoe, that's it. Our runway is right where the right engine is right now. Alright, so the runway we want to go for is 32. So that means we're going to actually want to pass south of the island and turn around. A lot like what we did at Easter Island. Now, it's kind of interesting. I think this might be the first one where we got stuck with a double turnaround. That is, taking off from the origination airport, pulling a 180, coming into the arrival airport, pulling a 180, and then landing. So there is a small island to the south of Robinson Crusoe. You can see it there. It's Isla Santa Clara. And it looks like there are some settlements on Robinson Crusoe, which is kind of interesting. Yeah, there are. There's the actual town of Robinson Crusoe. I'm guessing it's a farm. El Verdugo. And then there's another one, Los Chamalos, but I'm looking on Google Earth and I don't see any signs of human habitation there. So that might just be a generic place marker. I was surprised the night held on as long as it did. I was actually starting to get worried. I was like, okay, why is the sky not turning purple yet? Isn't it time for this? So, I don't know what was going on there. So 11:26 is basically when it was supposed to start getting brighter, but maybe it was because we were 10 minutes behind. We were expecting LOP intercepted. It's amazing how much we slowed down in that one segment. We went from being like 50 minutes ahead to 10 minutes behind in a single hour, which is kind of hard to... Maybe it was, I think it was 2 hours. Because we went from like 276 to 205 or something like that. Which was, to be honest, ridiculous. But I mean, it's the jet stream. It's to some degree chaotic, so it's not always a endless free ride. It has little loops and other things. Yeah, 26, and we were there at 36, and then it said 12:11, and I was saying 12:21. that's pretty good. So both my estimates from when I was expecting to be at Robinson Crusoe plus 10 minutes also equals the map that I expected it would be to go from there to here based on our speed. So that's actually good. Uh-oh. I was seeing Stratus. Oh yeah. That cloud right there scares the crap out of me. Because those things blanket like you would not believe. I mean, the thing with cumulus clouds is they have gaps in them that allow you to see down. There's another one. I'm glad this is the first time and hopefully the last time we're seeing it. I mean, it won't matter after this because we'll just fly over all of it. I mean, if worse comes to worse, we'll just go into cruise mode 5, go over the Andes, and then come down in the Pampas. And it's guaranteed to be clear there, because it's a desert. Or we could, like I said, just go up to Atacama. But yeah, like I said, I'm really glad that's the first time I'm seeing that. Because those things scare me. Now, the reason we haven't seen it, I think, up until this point, is because the water's too warm and it just feels cumulus. But now we have the opposite effect. Now you have air that gets too close to the water, so you get cold pockets. And these cold pockets of moisture, or these cold pockets contain moisture, and then they will develop fog and stratus clouds. And those are, like I said, those are dangerous because they go all the way to the ground on occasion. Alright, I'm getting pretty close to the end of the reserve tanks. I'm on main, so that's not how the plane's supposed to work, but whatever. There's a couple other weird gotchas. Alright, so 1218. Recorded this in the wrong place. 1218. Full and 15, it looks like. Okay, we're now down to I thought we were down to, well, we're a lot higher than I thought. I thought maybe we were down to 12,000, but no, it was 21,000. So from our current position right here, we're just 398 miles from the nearest continent, South America. I can almost hear the panpipes from here. Well, 21's come and gone, so clearly something was wrong with my arrival calculations. Okay, we're now below 12,000 feet. So we can turn the fuel boost pumps off and O2 flow off. Alright, so we finished this flight with, that's significantly lower than all other flights. Looks like about 260. $265 PSI. So for the nav log, I think we were looking at -2 at 14,000 feet. So I'm going to leave the heat on for a little while longer until we get down to probably about 5,000 or so. Alright, for landing, we want the fuel selectors in their fullest tanks, which is obviously main, and, you know, because of the way the script works, that'll never happen, unfortunately. So fuel boost pumps both on. Prop governor 2600 RPM. Mixture control auto rich. Okay, and then we want the intercooler shutters open. Speed established 175, that's done. Landing light, we'll turn that on. Let's see what we're looking at for an approach here. I call that very high, especially considering the runway is as short as it is. Oh snap. We might have just stalled lightly there. It's really amazing how, this should probably add a little bit of power then. It's really amazing how light the stall is in the P38. I've seen videos of P38 stalling, and you can barely tell it happens. Compare that with like an F6 F Hellcat. Man, those things are scary to watch them stall. It's like, okay, when the plane stalls, I was watching a World War II training video. They're like, when the plane stalls, there's a fall away. And I'm like, okay, yeah, don't all planes do that? And no, when they mean all away or fall away, they mean what's going on is the plane just kind of sits there, doesn't drop its nose, and then suddenly the plane will veer 90 degrees to the left or right, knife down at like a 75-degree angle in a 90-degree bank. Then you have to level the wings and then pull up on the stick to level up. I'm like, that's insane. You know, it's a good trick to, you know, get away from enemies, but let me tell you, when I'm trying to land, I don't want that to happen. That's like the worst kind of stall there is, other than one you can't recover from. Alright, we're looking a lot better here. So at this point we're low enough, cockpit heat is going off. And let's get the landing gear down. And I do not want to be high for this, no matter what. I only have 3,300 feet, and I'm planning to use brakes almost the whole time, which is something that I really haven't had to do at all. So this is going to be pretty intense. All right, throttles above, landing gears down and confirmed. Throttles above 15 inches, manifold pressure. Speed established 150. We're pretty much there. When landing is assured. Oh no, are we assured? My goodness, that's a thin runway. Yeah, I think we're good. Flaps down. Absolutely using full flaps on this landing. Said I didn't want to be high. That's not happening. So much for landing assured. Quite a view. I did mention a slight drying trend as you go east in the Pacific. This is one of the reasons why I mentioned that, is when I looked at this archipelago, it was pretty evident that it looked a lot like a desert. Alright, let's try this again. Speed established 150. And when landing assured, flaps down. have to really use my feet here. Where is everything or anything? Oh my gosh. Wow, this is a small airport. Okay. I am touching down no matter what, because that's BS. Once the runway disappears from sight, I'm like, okay, I'm done. I am so done. But, you know, the P38 was designed to be able to touch down on, you know, even dirt fields, so that's no problem. What is a problem is there's literally no flipping place to park. It's literally a runway. That's what this is. There's no pump, there's nothing. This is the most primitive airport I've ever seen. In Flight Simulator, I want to say. Other than the fact that there's... Well, no, that's not true. I've seen a grass strip. Okay. But this is definitely takes the cake for this expedition. And definitely overdoes what I can do as a pilot of this particular rendition of this aircraft. I'm pretty confident that I could get the Just Flight model landed here no problem, because like I said, I've gotten that onto a runway that was 2,400 feet long. So I think it just depends on what that is. Anyway, so we're on the ground, that's the important part. Flaps up. Fuel boost pumps off. 1, 2. Prop governor full forward. Wow, we're moving with only 1,500 RPM because of how light we are. When we started, we needed about 2,100 to get moving. Okay, so we're open, good. Everything is open. I'll turn the landing lights off. Well, I guess the first thing I need to figure out is where the heck do I park? Well, in real life, per the airport diagram, the location is mid-runway. And I can't even tell where on the runway I am, because it keeps disappearing. I'm glad I won't have to take off from this airport at night. Our night flying is done. Alright, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to just turn right and shut down there. Well, I guess we're going to have to get fuel delivered from the town. Just like Totagegi. Alright, well, sorry about that ending. That was not the ending that I was hoping for, but once the runway disappeared, I was like, okay, that's it. I would also typically go around every single time if that was happening, but I was like, I know I can survive it, and the P38 can do it too, because like I said, it can do off-road landings. Okay, landing lights off, that's done. Recognition lights, turn those off as well. Alright, so that's the end of the after landing checklist. Oh yeah, we wanted to get landing time. So landed at probably 12:46. I'll put that as the block-in time, 12:46. So today's flight was 4:56 to 12:46, so 7 hours 50 minutes. So it was 35 minutes longer than I was expecting, and it probably could have been 10 minutes shorter had I not missed the first time around on the runway. Anyhow, we can shut down and take a look at the fuel a little bit later, because it's not going to matter. There's no pump to fill up at. Now, I'm actually going to have to hold the brakes for this run up, because otherwise we'll start moving. Okay, got everything closed up. Now, I also didn't open the window intentionally because it's actually quite chilly here. Let's see, I can take a look at the weather now since I am on the ground. It's not cheating anymore. So let's see. Alejandro, no, I keep saying that. Robinson Crusoe is actually, it's not bad weather-wise. It looks like alto cumulus, so it is somewhat clear. It's not completely clear. But the thing I really wanted was the temperature. Oh yeah, it's 16 centigrade. So it's about 62 Fahrenheit. That can be cold with wind, so yeah, that's one of the main reasons I didn't open the window. Okay, anyway, so you've got the generators off, panel light is off, battery off. But first we need to turn the switch off. And turn the extra lights off. Now we're good. So I have a feeling that because we're not in an official parking space, when I try to put the chocks in, it's not going to work. Wow, that's an awesome picture. Very desert-like sun. Okay, the chocks did go in for some reason. So, anyway, here we are. The Easter Island to Robinson Crusoe leg is done. It was a success. The only thing I didn't like about it was the landing. But hey, we survived. We're here. That was my goal. I said my number one goal was to not run out of gas. I did not run out of gas. And speaking of which, let's figure out how much we actually have left right now. Alright, so we're at 14.35 in the reserves. Still full in the main. Right reserve, 14.38. Right main is full, and the drop tanks are both empty. So that gives us 29 plus 186, 215. Yep. So we used everything but 215. So we landed with exactly 1/3 of a tank. And probably half of what we have. Actually, no. Only about 1/5 of what we have is reserves. So, yeah, we have a good 4 or 5 hours left in the tank. Like I said, and like you saw on the sheet, I didn't think it was anywhere near as safe as it was. I thought it was going to be a lot more risky. That being said, I talked about our flight analysis, so let's take a look at that. And that looks pretty beautiful, seeing that constant altitude. There's South America, so you can see how close we really are now. And that's really good. That's what I wanted to do every single flight, and it seems like this is the only one where we were able to do that. And that is extremely important on this mission because, like I said, it is very, very crazy fuel-wise, as crazy as it gets. And we held altitude perfectly, and we held our course nearly perfectly. And that little divot is where we moved from the cruise speed 4 to 5. So that's why you see that there. But other than that, I mean, I can't ask for anything more than that. Okay, and lastly, to close out, I promised some filled out versions. So the flight plan pretty much is finished as is. The landfall and the fuel charts I didn't really edit. So the major thing is the celestial nav log. So here is what the nav log looks like when it is completed. So basically what I do is I fill in the star name, its azimuth and elevation, and then do that for star 2, and that's why you hear me repeating the numbers. I write them down on my notes list, and then I write them down, or I type them up here. And then when it's actually time to do the shots, I'll do the actual time, record that, record the offset, then I'll switch over to star 2, record the actual time, and the offset in nautical miles. And then you can see I have a few in the rightmost columns, a few quick math calculators, which I sometimes use, sometimes not, depending on what the situation is. It may or may not be accurate, but I usually use it for the percentage track missed, which I have to say we've been seriously managing pretty well. The only thing that I didn't like is that time we were off by 15 nautical miles. But that's pretty good. I mean, only being off by 15 nautical miles, I think that demonstrates some serious knowledge of how this is done. So I am pretty pleased with how things went today. And that's pretty much it. Nothing else got edited. So that is all I have to share for this episode. So I think we're pushing the YouTube video limit, and I know I am ridiculously tired, and I have some things that I need to do to clean up from this flight. I want to gather some artifacts, as I always like to do, just to catalog everything I possibly can. So that's it. Out of 10,500 miles, we have come 10,100 miles. We are 400 miles from South America. We can make that flight at the cruise speed of 1, as fast as we want to go. It'll only take about an hour and a half. And when completed, we'll be able to run that during the day too, by the way. When completed, we will have crossed the entire Pacific Ocean in a P38 Lightning with 12 legs. I've been Dr. Aeronautics, and I will see you guys next time for that final short leg to get us to South America. Bye-bye.